We're building something here, Detective. We're building it from scratch. All the pieces matter.
What is up, Wire fans? Kino here. The Wire is considered one of the greatest pieces of television ever created. While presented as a cop drama, in actuality, the series is about the problems at the heart of American life. A war without purpose, a dysfunctional bureaucracy, systems that are failing the very people they're supposed to protect, and, at its core, the story of an American city. The Wire defies genre. It is no less than the pinnacle of television, the sum of what the medium is capable of. And in this video essay I'm calling All the Pieces, I'll be analyzing the show in its entirety as it deserves to be covered. The Wire has often been compared more to a novel than a traditional television show. Well, if this video was also a novel, then this section is the preface and table of contents. I'll be going over what you can expect in the following 4 hours, and why I chose to make this video. If you want to just jump straight ahead to the analysis, however, you can use the timestamps which mark each section of the video to skip ahead. Now, if you've been following my channel for a while, you know that I'm known for my episode-by-episode breakdowns of shows like The Sopranos and Breaking Bad. And many people wanted me to do the same for The Wire. However, the reason I'm not going to be doing that is because The Wire does not lend itself well to single-episode reviews. Often details that happen in one episode don't pay off until much later, even entire seasons later. The greater themes and issues that the series gets at only become clear once you have the entire picture in front of you. Like a great man once said, all the pieces matter. So instead, I'm going to be tackling the series one topic at a time. I'll break down each season, of course, as each one has a unique premise and set of characters. But I'll also be going through all the major characters and examining their storylines across all the seasons. Doing so will give the most comprehensive look at the meaning behind everything. I'll also be covering the show's creators and writers, their backgrounds, and how their experiences play out in the show itself. To give you an idea of how committed I am to this project, at this point, I've watched 6 entire television shows, read 3 books, listened to a dozen podcast episodes, and poured over hundreds of articles and other pieces of media in order to better understand this magnum opus of a series. Now, let's talk for a minute about the video's length. I know for some of you a 4-hour plus video like this seems daunting. However, the timestamps are there to allow you to easily jump back into the video whenever you take a break. This video was also made with the idea that you can listen to it in the background without having to actively watch it. There will of course be relevant visuals for those that choose to do so, but feel free to just turn this on in the background while you play games, do chores, or whatever you want. I've worked hard to make sure that you'll be able to follow along just from listening. There are 2 reasons why I wanted to make the video this way. One is to reinforce the idea that The Wire can only be analyzed as a single comprehensive picture, just like its subject matter. The other is that I've always wanted to create a long-form analysis. I'm a fan of the genre, and other creators like Patrician TV's Elder Scrolls Analysis, and even my podcast partner Macabre Storytelling, have inspired me to try and make my own. Now, I know this is very different from my Soprano logs and Breaking Bad logs, which is why I made this section explaining my goals. I really think this approach is the best way to tackle this series, and I'm really excited to show you something so fundamentally different to anything else I've ever done before. If there's any show I feel this will work for, it's The Wire. So, without further ado, let's get into the show. This is All the Pieces.
No mics and no wires. We do this fast and clean and simple.
Then you don't do it at all.
Like I said, even though I'm not going to be breaking down individual episodes, I still think it's important to look at the bookends of the show. So I'm going to be analyzing the first and the last episode of the series. This is, after all, how David Simon and Ed Burns chose to start and end their masterpiece, so it makes sense to take a deeper look at what they chose to say. Now, let me say it again since people tend to forget this. I'm going to be referencing events from the entire show, not just this episode. This is a comprehensive look at the entire series, and like the title says, all the pieces matter. I feel like that should be obvious, but people always get mad at me when I quote-unquote spoil future episodes. So there, you've been warned. The pilot episode of The Wire is The Target. We have a cold open, with Detective McNulty, ostensibly our main character, at the scene of a murder. Now, this crime isn't relevant to the overall plot of the season. It's just another seemingly pointless murder in a city that's known for it. But the dialogue in this scene gets at some important themes of the series. McNulty notes how the victim's nickname, Snot Boogie, is unfair because he's being branded for a small mistake he made in his past. This is of course similar to how convicts and victims of the system are treated as criminals even after they get out of prison, no matter how hard they try to reform. It also describes the bleak philosophy that deserve got nothing to do with it, an attitude present in Baltimore that says that what happens to a person has nothing to do with what they do or don't deserve. Snot being shot dead over some bullshit is of course another example of this. The witness at the scene also describes how Snot would try and steal the money from the local craps game every time they tried to play. When McNulty questions why they would even let him into the game if he kept doing this, the witness says they had to because this is America. We'll talk about this more later, but it gets at the idea of the American dream, that no matter who you are or what you've done, you have a right to try and make it in this country. We of course will see the results of trying can be disastrous for those that play the game, but regardless, everyone has a right to try. After this opening, we then get the title sequence. Set to the song Way Down in the Hole by the Blind Boys of Alabama, the title shows a montage of information gathering by the police, which is of course a big part of the show and the meaning behind the title of The Wire. Now, each season of The Wire would feature a different cover of the song, with different imagery to accompany the unique themes of that season. I'll cover each version during their respective season, but I just have to say that Season 1's opening is not only my favorite version, it might actually be my favorite opening to any show ever. Yeah, I know it's heresy to like any opening more than The Sopranos, but what can I say?
I feel like I've been stabbed in the heart.
Immediately after the title, we get the epigraph for the episode. Each episode of the series begins with a quote, usually but not always said by one of the characters in the episode itself. These quotes are thematic to the episode and the series in its entirety. In this case, When It's Not Your Turn refers to McNulty criticizing Bunk for answering the phone when it wasn't his turn to be assigned a body. This refers to the kind of lack of empathy that the systems of Baltimore create. That life and death have been reduced to simple statistics, and that one should not go out of their way to try and address it, but instead just follow the system to minimize the amount of work that they need to do. This is of course ironic given what McNulty does in this episode, but we do see what the consequences of breaking this philosophy are throughout the season. After the title, we cut to McNulty and his partner Bunk at the courthouse. McNulty has a throwaway line about how he already solved the murder from the opening, demonstrating how effective a detective he really is. McNulty also asks about the Barksdale trial which is going on. The court information desk is clueless, another example of a theme which will become apparent in the show, that the institutions of Baltimore have no idea what they're doing. McNulty then enters the trial and watches, despite the fact that he isn't involved with the case. D'Angelo Barksdale is on trial for murder, but thanks to witness tampering by his crew, he gets off scot-free. Now, there's an interesting detail here. The primary on this case is Detective Barlow. After the verdict, he tells Stringer Bell that he doesn't care, and that he'll be investigating Stringer's death one day, meaning that in the drug game, people like Stringer are killed all the time. However, in Season 3, when Stringer does end up killed, Barlow isn't assigned to the case. Instead, it's Bunk and Vernon Hawley. We see Barlow again in Season 5, which means that he's still around. Again, it's a small thing, but it would have been a nice callback if he had actually been assigned to the murder. Meanwhile, the Drug Enforcement Unit is doing street rips on low-level dealers. We're introduced to our main DEU characters, hot-headed and rash officers Herc and Carver, and Kima, a more thoughtful and strategic police officer. We'll talk more about the narcotics unit later, but suffice it to say the war on drugs and their part in it is not portrayed in a great light. After the trial, McNulty is called into Judge Phelan's office. Phelan questions why McNulty is sitting on a case that isn't his, and though McNulty is coy about it, he intentionally wanted to draw the judge's attention to the Barksdale crew. McNulty, because he's connected to the community, is aware that they are the new power in the West Side, though the police have no idea that they're even there. However, McNulty has another reason for wanting to get the police on the Barksdales. He later says that they beat one of his murder cases, meaning that for McNulty, this is personal. It's a great foreshadowing to his character, that McNulty is motivated by a need to prove himself superior, not only to the criminals that he's chasing, but also his fellow cops. After talking, Phelan phones the police commissioner and demands that they start to seriously look into the Barksdales. Not wanting to piss off a judge, he assigns a task force to investigate Barksdale, composed of both homicide detectives and narcotics officers. The commander of this task force is Cedric Daniels, a competent police officer, but one who's focused on making rank. His bosses want him to settle this matter quickly, and to that end he decides that they're going to make some quick street rips with the hopes of flipping some low-level players. McNulty insists that this approach won't work, but Daniels insists on following the chain of command, setting up one of the recurring conflicts of the season, the desire to do real police work versus juking the stats to make the bosses look good. Later, he and Bunk go out drinking. They end their night at the train tracks, where McNulty vows that he will do this case right, no matter what. As he swears this, he stands on the tracks with the train speeding towards him. We get the understanding that McNulty is incredibly self-destructive, and we're left wondering if this investigation will lead to his ruin. Meanwhile, D'Angelo is released after the trial. His uncle Avon, the boss of their crew, tells him that getting him free costs them time and money, and warns him against reckless behavior like that again. The next day, Dee is taken off his lucrative tower assignment and is instead demoted to the pit, a much lower operation in terms of money and prestige. There he meets his new subordinates, Bodie, Poot, and the young Wallace. The pit operation has been run much sloppier than Dee is used to, leading to them getting ripped off with paper money. Dee sets about getting the operation into shape, which includes schooling his guys and the audience on the proper way to sell drugs. The scam with the paper money is being run by Bubbles, an experienced heroin addict, and his young protege Johnny. Bubbles warns Johnny what inexperience in the game can lead to, but Johnny's eager to prove himself and run the scam. The next day, Johnny tries to use the paper money again, but ends up being caught. He's beaten badly by the Barksdale crew and ends up in the hospital. Bubbles, upset over what happened to his partner, calls Kima and agrees to be an informant for her to get revenge on the Barksdales. Throughout all of this, D'Angelo has been struggling with his place in the Barksdale crew. Despite the fact that he's a killer, he displays naivete when it comes to the rules of the game. The brutality that's expected of him unnerves him, and at the end of the episode, when he sees the man who testified against him murdered in the street, he's left shaken at the realization of how far his uncle and the others are willing to go. This is actually the only instance of a flashback we see on the series. HBO insisted that they include it to remind the audience that Gant had testified, and that's why he was killed. David Simon accepted it for this episode, but from then on refused to include flashback because he believed it not only broke the style of storytelling the show was going for, but it also insulted the audience that they couldn't remember details like that. However, there are some details that most people, including myself, probably missed. For example, we can see Brooke Yeaton as an extra in the bar scene with McNulty and Bunk. Yeaton would go on to play White Mike in Season 2, but it's unlikely that this is supposed to be Mike in this scene. Yeaton was also a set dresser on the show, so likely they just threw him in as an extra for this scene. This episode was also directed by Clark Johnson, who would go on to play the role of Gus in Season 5. I'll be talking more about this in its own section, but Johnson was also a main character on the show Homicide: Life on the Street, which was based on David Simon's book and where they became acquainted. In fact, several details from this episode are based on real-life details from that book, such as the opening scene and Bunk shooting a mouse with his service weapon. Overall, I hope I've shown you how important this episode is, not only in terms of setting up future plots, but also the themes of the series. The series has often been compared to a novel given its creator's background and storytelling style, and like a great novel, this episode serves as its first page. But now, let's take a look at the season as a whole. Because again, like a novel, each page leads into the next. They're all pieces of a much larger puzzle. And of course, all the pieces matter.
The Wire is what gives us Barksdale. It gives us the whole crew. Day by day, piece by piece.
Alright, so we've gone over the pilot episode in detail. Now let's take a look at the rest of Season 1. The Barksdale detail is set up with the task of bringing a charge against Avon Barksdale. However, since the bosses want quick results instead of a prolonged and effective investigation, they fill the unit with useless police officers. These include Prez Belusky, an incompetent officer who's only on the force because his father-in-law is a major, and Lester Freeman, an older man who spent most of his career in the pawn shop unit and spends his days working on furniture for dollhouses. This is also complicated by Daniel's own past. Though a good police officer, the FBI previously investigated him for stealing drug money from evidence when he was a narcotics officer. That and his ambition to rise to major makes McNulty think that he isn't serious about the case. The investigation gets off to a bad start. They try to make the case by doing street-level busts, hoping to catch some mid-level players and flip them. Not only is this ineffective, Herc, Carver, and Prez get themselves in trouble by starting a pointless fight in the towers. Prez ends up taking a kid's eye out due to his reckless behavior. The street busts do not end up satisfying Judge Phelan, so Deputy Burrell authorizes Daniels to do the case for real. They then start to pursue a wiretap against the Barksdale crew, including their pagers. Freeman reveals that he isn't actually a hump, first by finding Avon's photo in a boxing gym, then by figuring out Dee's pager number from a clue from the stash house. Freeman tells McNulty how he used to be a homicide detective. However, he was buried in a pawn shop unit after disobeying the bosses. He warns McNulty that the same thing is going to happen to him because of his disobedience in pursuing the Barksdales. He is right, as the homicide commander Rawls, who hates McNulty's guts, orders fellow detective Santangelo to get dirt on him. He threatens to demote him unless he betrays a fellow police officer. Prez also ends up proving himself useful after all. The phone numbers from the pagers are being encrypted in some kind of code. Prez ends up breaking the code after realizing that all the numbers are being flipped in their position on the phone. Meanwhile, Dee continues to run the pit crew. He also starts a relationship with Chardine, a bar girl from Orlando's club. Though he has a baby mama and a newborn son, Dee doesn't feel at home with them or in the drug game, and Chardine is his escape from both realities. The Barksdales are incredibly disciplined and careful when it comes to guarding against police, making sure never to reveal sensitive information on the phone. However, one night, his stash is robbed by Omar, a legendary figure in Baltimore who makes his living by robbing drug dealers. His signature move is to whistle the farmer in the dell, which announces his presence and often scares dealers into giving up their goods without a fight. Angered at being robbed, Avon sets a bounty on Omar and his crew, especially after learning that Omar is gay. They eventually find Omar's lover Brandon, whom they torture and kill to send a message. The brutality of the murder causes PTSD in Wallace, a young boy working for Dee, as he was the one who identified Brandon. Despite being in the game, Wallace is innocent, taking care of his many younger siblings after their father was killed by the Black Panther. He decides that he doesn't want to be in the game anymore. Dee is sympathetic, as he's struggling with his own feelings about the drug business. He gives Wallace money and his blessing to leave the life. In response to Brandon's murder, Omar agrees to work with the police to take the Barksdales down. He provides them information about the Gant murder, mainly because the killing of a normal citizen goes against his moral code. With his information, they arrest Bird for the murder. Because of the suspicious police activity lately, the Barksdales decide to change things up. They rip out the payphones in the pit, which messes up the wiretap. However, the police are still able to follow the pagers and intercept a money exchange between the Barksdales and Damian Price, an aide for State Senator Clay Davis. The arrest, though completely justified, angers Burrell because of the connection to a powerful politician. He demands that they shut down the investigation. However, an intervention from Judge Phelan keeps the wiretap up for the full 60 days that they were ordered. However, the case hits another roadblock when one of their key suspects, Stinkum, is killed by Omar as part of his revenge for Brandon. The police bring Omar in and ask him not to kill any more Barksdale people, but he reminds them that he might not have a choice as they are coming after him hard. Meanwhile, Bubbles and Johnny attend Narcotics Anonymous meetings, which is part of Johnny's probation requirements after getting arrested. Though Johnny isn't really interested in getting clean, Bubbles takes the message to heart and decides to stop using. He reconnects with his sister, whom he has burned many times in the past with his drug use. She agrees to let him stay in her basement, but refuses to let him come upstairs. The detail begins tracking the many front businesses that Avon uses, hoping to follow the trail of money. This puts Daniels in a tough position, as the money will inevitably lead to powerful people that the bosses do not want coming to light. However, the investigation is temporarily paused when all the dealers of Baltimore come together for an East Side versus West Side basketball game. The East Side is led by Proposition Joe, a big-time player on the other end of town. The game reflects a friendly rivalry between the different sides of Baltimore, with the loser having to throw a party for the other side. Prop Joe ends up winning, much to Avon's chagrin. After the game, Prop Joe is approached by Omar. He offers a stash he stole off the Barksdales for Avon's pager number, which Prop Joe provides. Afterwards, he pages Avon outside Orlando's club, which ironically he got the location for from the police information board when they brought him in. When Avon goes outside, Omar tries to shoot him, but Wee-Bey intervenes and saves Avon. Afterwards, the Barksdales offer a truce to Omar. However, in reality, they're planning on killing him once he comes out into the open. Knowing that Baltimore is no longer safe for him, Omar gets on a bus to New York, but promising to return for Bird's trial. Meanwhile, The Wire begins to make several breakthroughs. The first one being they find the main stash house where the Barksdales are keeping their drugs. They also bring in Wallace and get him to agree to testify against Stringer Bell about the murder of Brandon. They stash Wallace at his grandmother's house in the country and plan to bring him back for the trial. They also bring in Chardine and show her that one of her friends from the club was killed and dumped in the trash. The callousness of her disposal convinces her to turn on the Barksdales. She breaks up with Dee and agrees to be an informant at the club. She and Freeman also have a little bit of a flirtatious relationship. Though the investigation is making progress, Judge Phelan has become less enthusiastic after his role in it causes him to lose the political connections he needs to get re-elected. Another development happens when Orlando, the owner of Avon's club, is arrested after attempting to buy drugs on his own. In order to save himself, he offers to cooperate with the police. The bosses want to use Orlando to buy drugs from the Barksdales, hoping to catch Avon or other high-level people in the sting. Though the detail knows that this is hopeless, they're forced to go through with the plan. Kima goes along for the buy as an undercover. The police lose track of her car as they head into an alley for a buy. However, it's revealed to be a trap, with the Barksdales knowing that Orlando was a snitch. They shoot up the car, killing Orlando and wounding Kima critically in the process. The entire police department works to hunt down Kima's shooters. They identify Savino as the one who set up the hit, and eventually connect Wee-Bey and Little Man as the shooters. However, Savino was careful not to incriminate himself, and thus will only have to serve 3 years on a minor charge. McNulty is particularly devastated by Kima's shooting, believing himself to be responsible. Rawls, who hates McNulty, uncharacteristically reassures him that he's not responsible for her getting shot. It's a great example of how The Wire handles characters. Even assholes like Rawls are not presented as one-dimensional villains, but real people with good and bad qualities. The police commissioner, who despite not caring about Kima enough to comfort her girlfriend, wants to use the opportunity to make himself look good. He orders that the police kick in doors and seize all the drugs they can for a photo op. The detail tries to hide the stash house from this, hoping to instead use it to make an actual case against Avon. However, the bosses find out, as they have a rat in the unit, and order them to seize the drugs. McNulty tries to go to Phelan for his support, but the judge has been put back on the mayor's ticket after agreeing to back off from the Barksdale's case. McNulty also recruits Bubbles to find information about the shooting. Bubbles tries unsuccessfully to tell McNulty that he's now clean, and that going back to the terrace will put his recovery in danger. After the raids and finding out that Kino was a cop, the Barksdales change up again. They ditch their pagers, which renders the Wire dead. Weebay hides out in Philadelphia, and they begin to get rid of anyone who can lead back to them. This includes Little Man, who did the shooting, the security lady they bribed during Dee's trial, and they also want Wallace, since he was the one who identified Brandon. Dee, however, refuses to give up Wallace's location, as he doesn't believe that he would ever flip. The killings alert the police to the fact that the Barksdales are getting rid of anyone who can hurt them. They realize that they forgot about Wallace after Kima's shooting. They try to get him back, but he's already left his grandmother's and returned to Baltimore. Dee tries to warn him that he's in danger, but Wallace insists that this is the only life he knows. When Stringer finds out that Wallace is back, he orders Bodie to kill him. Despite the fact that they're all friends and all still basically kids, Bodie and Poot follow their orders and gun Wallace down in his room. Meanwhile, Avon orders Dee to drive up to New York and pick up some new product to replace the load that the police took. However, the police learn about this and put a tracking device on Dee's car. When he makes the pickup, he's arrested by the state police. McNulty and Daniels try to interrogate him, but by now Dee is wise to their manipulations. However, before they leave, they inform him that Wallace was murdered. Though he feigns disbelief, he knows it is true, and that his people were behind it. When Levi and Stringer come to arrange his defense, he screams at them for killing the boy and wants nothing more to do with their crew. While the Wire has been dead, Freeman and the others have been looking into campaign finance reports for various Baltimore politicians. Avon has been donating to various political funds using drug money, and they realize that the reason is so that the police will revitalize the area of Baltimore that he controls. When they do, all of his vacant properties will be bought by the city for millions of dollars, making him a legitimately rich man. The potential ramifications of this investigation to his politician friends causes Burrell to order the investigation shut down and the arrest of Barksdale on the weak drug charges they already have. He threatens to reveal Daniels' corrupt past in the Eastern Drug Unit, but Daniels refuses to break down. Though he can't stop the arrest, he insists that he will continue to investigate as long as he's able. The next day, the police move to arrest Avon. Stringer gets off free since Wallace was their only link to him. Since the charge on Avon was weak, he gets out on bail and immediately begins planning on how to minimize his exposure. They move their operation to a funeral parlor that they own and move to start resupplying with drugs. Kima then awakens from her coma. Bunk tries to get her to identify both of her shooters, but she refuses to falsely identify Weebay since she didn't actually see his face. This moral conviction will be an important detail later on. The detail isn't satisfied with the current drug charges and want to continue the investigation. With Burrell getting ready to shut them down, they discuss bringing the case to the feds, who are outside of Burrell's control. However, they get a new break when Dee reaches out and says that he's willing to cooperate. He's become disillusioned with the game and wants to start over in witness protection. He agrees to give them his uncle in exchange for this fresh start. He also gives them Weebay's location in Philadelphia where he's hiding out. They then arrest him and bring him back to Baltimore. With their information, they bring the case to the FBI. However, the FBI is only interested in going after corrupt politician and plan to offer Avon and Stringer a plea if they give information on Clay Davis and others. The police refuse to give up the case since it will mean continued suffering in the streets if the Barksdales are set free. As the detail is being sent home, Daniels confronts Carver. He knows that Carver is the spy in the unit reporting information to Burrell, which is why he received a promotion to sergeant even though Herc scored higher on the test. Daniels warns him that the men under him will look to him as their leader, and if he continues with these games, the next generation will follow suit. This is a hint at how Daniels ended up dirty from his time in the Eastern District. Dee ends up deciding not to flip after being convinced by his mother, Avon's sister. Without his testimony, they have only the small drug charge against Avon. Levi offers a structured plea, in which all of the members of the Barksdale organization will plead guilty in exchange for reduced sentences. Though they're unhappy with the low amount of jail time, the DA's office has no choice but to accept. At the sentencing hearing, Avon is given a measly 7 years. Wee-Bey has pled guilty to all of his murders to get off death row, and is given life in prison. The other members get a mix of around 10 to 15 years each. However, since Dee refused to cooperate with the police, he's given a maximum sentence of 20 years. McNulty is despondent after the verdict, as despite all of his efforts, nothing he did has really mattered in the grand scheme. Stringer is still free and will continue their operation until Avon is released after his short stint. He's also informed by Rawls that he's being thrown out of homicide to another department as punishment for his actions. As the season ends, we get a montage of all the major characters set to Step by Step by Jesse Winchester, which is very thematic for the season. We see that Daniels has been passed over for Major because of his defiance to Burrell. On the other hand, Carver is promoted to Sergeant because of his obedience. Freeman ends up back in homicide because of his good work on the case. Bubbles has also relapsed due to the stress of Kima being shot, and is back to his old schemes. Santangelo has been assigned to a foot patrol as punishment for not ratting on McNulty. Bodie has been promoted to a tower, and Poot is now running the pit. Stringer continues to run the drug trade from their new funeral office. McNulty ends up in the Marine unit, the one place he did not want to end up. Kima is still in the hospital, sadly wondering if her police career that she loved is over. And all the while, the drug business continues in Baltimore, the same as it always has. The final scene of the season shows Omar in New York, robbing a drug dealer. As he says, "It's all in the game." Overall, Season 1 does an incredible job of setting up the series. We get introduced to the themes and ideas that will continue to be developed throughout the series. The game, the institutional failure, and the fact that this isn't a show that will neatly tie everything up. By the end, the police have failed to meaningfully stop the Barksdales and are now scattered and in a worse position than when they started. There's also a particular element of realism present in the show. Several scenes show that the police are just barely missing key details, often due to mundane reasons like the fact that they just weren't paying attention. It does a lot to dispel the myths that we often see on television about cops, and I'll have more to talk about that in my homicide section. One scene in particular that stands out is when the cops are trying to get a desk through a door. They each work to get it through, not realizing that they're pushing against each other and ultimately getting nowhere. It's a strong metaphor for how the institutions of Baltimore work against themselves and are thus ultimately useless to the people they're trying to be helping. But that's it for the first season. Now let's take a look at Season 2 and see where the series goes from here.
You know what the trouble is, Brucey? We used to make shit in this country, build shit. Now we just put our hand in the next guy's pocket.
The second season of The Wire features a fundamental shift from the first. Though many characters and storylines from Season 1 eventually return, the majority of the season focuses on a new location and a new set of characters, mainly the Baltimore Harbor and the Dock Workers Union. To go along with this change, we have a new intro sequence and a new theme. It's the same song, Way Down in the Hole, but this time sung by Tom Waits, the original singer of the song. The opening epigraph of the first episode also hints at the changes that we'll get this season, and is almost a tongue-in-cheek warning to the audience. The show is going to continue to innovate as it goes on, and not just give you the same thing as last season. Now, since this season came out, anthology shows have become more common, and we as an audience are comfortable with changes in a show between seasons. However, at the time, this was a shock to fans of the show, and as a result, this season was, and still is to an extent, regarded badly by the community. We'll talk about that more at the end, but I want you to keep that in mind as we examine the season. We open Season 2 with our favorite cops scattered to the wind. McNulty has been assigned to the Police Marine Unit as punishment for his actions last season. Daniels was also punished and sent to the evidence locker, which is way below his station. Kima has been given a desk job after her shooting, which, while safer, bores her senseless. On the other side, certain characters have moved up. Rawls has been promoted to colonel, and Burrell is being named the next police commissioner. Freeman was also assigned back to homicide and is working alongside Bunk. We're then introduced to our new characters. Frank Sabatka is the head of the IBS Local 1514. The port of Baltimore was once a center of industrial production, but nowadays is crumbling as all the factory jobs have moved somewhere else. The stevedores are now struggling to survive as less and less cargo moves through Baltimore. They're attempting to get the state government to fix the ports and increase jobs in the area, but it requires lobbying and a lot of money to grease the wheels. Working alongside Frank is his level-headed and dependable nephew, Nick, and his unreliable and idiotic son, Ziggy. Nick acts as a contact between Frank and the Greek, the leader of an international criminal organization. The Greeks pay Frank to smuggle shipping containers through customs for them, which is how the Union has been making their money. They set up another container to disappear as usual. However, this time the Greeks don't pick it up for some reason. They put the can back into the stacks, but B.D. Russell, a port police officer, notices the seal has been broken. After investigating, she finds the bodies of a dozen dead prostitutes hidden in the container. Though this is obviously a shocking discovery, at first the police are more interested in getting rid of the case than investigating. This is because of the stats game that the department plays. Having a higher clearance rate is more important than actually solving crimes. Eventually, McNulty goes out of his way to prove the girls died in Baltimore City territory just so he can stick Rawls with the bodies as payback for putting him on the boat. However, Bunk and Freeman are given the case, which means even though McNulty didn't plan for it, he actually screwed over his friends. Beatty also joins as a liaison to the port police. The Greeks look into the matter and discover that one of the sailors killed the girls because they witnessed him killing a prostitute after she refused him. He dumped her into the water, and that was the girl that McNulty found floating. He then suffocated the rest of them so that they couldn't turn him in. They then kill the sailor and cut off his head and hands so he can't be identified. Separately, an issue arises between Frank and Major Valchek, Przybylewski's father-in-law. Valchek planned to donate a stained glass window to the local Polish church, only for Frank to beat him to it. Valchek threatens Frank unless he backs down, but Frank refuses as Valchek has been an asshole to him for many years. This begins a war between Frank and Valchek. Valchek sends police officers, including Carver who's been assigned to his district, to ticket the Union cars, set up a DUI stop, and fuck with them in any way he can. Frank meanwhile has a police van stolen and shipped off to another port, just to humiliate Valchek. Suspecting that Frank is dirty because of how much money he's showing, Valchek gets a detail assigned to investigate him. Again, this is all petty personal revenge, and Valchek has no interest in actually pursuing justice. At first, the detail gets off to a bad start. Burrell has sent them nothing but humps, the same way he did during the last investigation. Valchek threatens him politically unless he gives him good detectives. He ends up convincing Daniels, who was planning on resigning from the force, to lead the investigation. He's promised a promotion and a permanent unit if he brings in the case. While this is going on, the investigation into the dead girls also starts off badly. They prove it was murder, but they have no evidence and no suspects, as everyone involved doesn't speak English. McNulty swears he will find out one of the dead girls' names, as without it, she'll be buried in a mass grave as a nameless and forgotten victim. Meanwhile, we also continue the story of the Barksdales. Though Avon was arrested, their operation continues with Stringer running things on the street until he returns. However, they have a supply problem as their New York supplier was arrested and thinks that the Barksdales may have informed on him. Inside the prison, Dee is taking his 20-year sentence very hard. He begins using drugs to cope and is resentful of Avon for getting him locked up. His baby mama Dawnette is also being distant, as she's having an affair with Stringer behind his back. Avon approaches Dee and tells him that he has a plan to get their sentence reduced, promising to take care of him. His plan is to get a corrupt guard arrested for bringing drugs into the prison. This guard was also messing with Weebay, and this solves both problems. He secretly has the guard's drugs tainted, which ends up killing a number of prisoners who were using them. He then offers to tell the warden who is bringing in the drugs in exchange for a reduced sentence. His plan works, and he's given a reduced time, meaning that he will get out after only 1 year in prison. However, Dee is disgusted that Avon would have all those prisoners killed, and says that he wants nothing more to do with Avon. He says that he'll do his time, but just wants to be left alone so he can go on his own way. However, Stringer is concerned that Dee will flip on their family. He arranges a hit on Dee using people outside their crew. In prison, Dee is strangled and made to look like he committed suicide in order to divert attention away from Stringer. Meanwhile, Nick and Ziggy steal an entire container of cameras and sell it to Double G, a Greek connection who runs a retail store. This angers Frank, who says that they are putting the whole union at risk. When Nick points out that Frank is also engaged in illegal activities, he insists that it's all for the union, as the money is going towards fixing the pier and getting them more work. Nick, however, is trying to get enough money to buy a house for him and his baby mama, Amy. However, after talking with a realtor, who just so happens to be McNulty's ex-wife, it's clear that their old neighborhood is being gentrified and they're being priced out. For Ziggy, the money is all about trying to prove himself as capable as his cousin. He tries to work a package of heroin, but he ends up being ripped off by the dealer he contracts it out to, Frog. He ends up owing money to Cheese Wagstaff, a local player who steals and burns his car as a warning. Nick goes to the Greeks for help with the situation. They reach out to Prop Joe, Cheese's uncle, and the man that they do business with. Joe agrees to let Ziggy off the hook because of his relationship with the Greeks. Nick and Ziggy then steal a load of chemicals for the Greeks, who pay them in heroin. Nick, who has previously resisted dealing in drugs, finally gives in for the money. Meanwhile, the trial of Bird for killing the state's witness finally comes up. They get Omar, who's returned to Baltimore and teamed up with a new crew, including 2 women, to testify. Levi tries to use Omar's street activity to discredit him, but when Omar points out that both he and Levi make money from drug dealers, he comes across as credible to the jury. Bird is then sentenced to life in prison without parole. In exchange for his testimony, the DA gives Omar a get-out-of-jail-free card. Though Bird is definitely guilty, it's implied that Omar was lying about seeing him kill Gant. It's ironic that one of the prime examples of justice we see on the show is born out of perjury, and a great example of how justice isn't a simple thing in The Wire. Meanwhile, the investigation continues. After doing some digging, they find a pattern of dock workers making cargo disappear, and they theorize that the union is smuggling drugs to make their money. Daniels also agrees to work the homicide investigation in conjunction with his own investigation of Sabatka. Meanwhile, McNulty tries to start up a relationship with his wife again. Though she sleeps with him, she doesn't trust him anymore after his cheating. After being rejected, McNulty goes on a self-destructive binge. In order to get him out of his slump, Daniels forced Rawls to allow McNulty to join the detail where he can actually be of use. The detail then gets a wiretap up on Frank's phone. They observe the stevedores disappearing a can and track it to a warehouse owned by the Greeks. However, Frank notices the suspicious behavior and stops the next delivery. The Greeks are alerted that the police are watching them and move to conceal their operations. Without a line on the smuggling operation, the unit prepares to raid a brothel operated by the Greeks. McNulty goes undercover as a British John, which is funny considering that Dominic West is actually British in real life. They raid the brothel, but during the operation, McNulty ends up actually having sex with the prostitutes he was supposed to be setting up. While this is going on, the Barksdale people are fighting over territory in order to maintain their hold on the west side. During a shootout, a 9-year-old boy is killed when a stray round enters his window. This prompts a big show from the police as they round up random people trying to shake loose a suspect. Part of this effort is led by Bunny Colvin, the commander of the Western Police District. Colvin will play a central role next season, but he's introduced here in this episode as being frustrated with the ineffective tactics of the drug war. Stringer is upset at the Barksdale situation. Without product or muscle, they're in danger of losing control of their territory. He wants to make a deal with Prop Joe to allow him to deal in their territory in exchange for sharing Joe's product. The only problem is Avon, who refuses to give up control of his turf out of pride and street logic. Stringer ends up making the deal anyway without Avon's permission, convinced of the logic of his plan. Though the West Side is happy to have new product, they're bothered at having to share turf with the East Side dealers, including cheese. Eventually, though, they settle into a rhythm of working alongside each other without conflict. However, this is disrupted by the arrival of Brother Muzone, a lethal hitman that Avon has hired to protect his territory. Unaware of the deal that Stringer made, Brother shoots Cheese in the shoulder and forces the East Side dealers out of the towers. Stringer, wanting Brother out of the picture, comes up with a plan to set Omar on Brother. He tells him that it was Brother that tortured Brandon. Omar then ambushes Brother in the motel room. Brother accepts his death, but claims honestly that he did not kill Brandon. Omar sees that he's telling the truth and calls an ambulance for him. Muzone survives and tells Stringer that he's done with the Barksdales and is going to seek revenge against Omar. Without Muzone, Avon agrees to work with Prop Joe and share the towers. Though this is the outcome that Stringer wanted, Avon is disappointed in his handling of the situation, and we can see that a rift is forming between the two. Meanwhile, the investigation continues onto the Greek organization. They successfully identify many of the key players in the operation and begin staking out their operations. Valchek, upset that the focus has drifted away from Frank Sabatka, tries to get the FBI to take over the case and focus on the Union. However, the FBI work with the detail and continue to look at the Greeks. However, the FBI being involved ends up tipping off an agent who's actually working for the Greeks. He alerts them to the investigation, and they move to shut down all operations. While this is going on, Ziggy sets up his own caper with Double G to steal several Mercedes cars off the dock. Though the plan was a perfect success, Double G decides to rip Ziggy off just because he thinks Zig is pathetic. Tired of being a joke to everyone, Ziggy grabs a gun he bought and shoots Double G dead and wounds an innocent bystander. Once the rage leaves him, Ziggy is horrified by what he has done and waits for the police to arrest him. He then voluntarily signs a confession, not intending to fight the charges. The police then move to arrest all the key players. This includes Frank, who Valchek makes a point of parading around in front of the news. With Frank now a known criminal, his plans to restore the dock are over as the politicians don't want to be associated with him anymore. Frank has to live with the fact that he destroyed his union and his family over nothing. Beatty approaches Frank, asking him to come in and cooperate in exchange for a deal. He agrees on the condition that they help Nick and Ziggy with their charges. They accept, but tell him that he'll need to get a lawyer and that they'll make the deal tomorrow. However, Spiros approaches Nick and offers to help him with Ziggy in exchange for their loyalty. They will get the witness to recant and free Ziggy from his charges and take Nick with them to Greece to avoid prosecution. Nick approaches Frank with the deal, who agrees to hear them out. However, the Greeks' FBI accomplice alerts them that Frank is now working with the police. Knowing that he's a rat, they then kill Frank and dump him into the harbor. When Nick learns what the Greeks did to his uncle, he agrees to cooperate with the police. He confirms all of the information that they have on the Greeks and even identifies the Greek himself. With this information and others they acquire, they're able to make successful cases against the Greek lieutenants that they picked up. They also officially solved the 14 open murders on the girls, saving the stats for the homicide department. However, Spiros and the Greek manage to flee the country before the police can get to them. Before they go, they inform Prop Joe that they will send new people to continue their drug operation in Baltimore. The police are upset that their investigation hit a wall before they could get the boss. Herc and Carver in particular are upset about how they were treated during the investigation and decide to leave for a different posting. However, the unit is allowed to continue, and they make the new alliance between Prop Joe and Stringer Bell their new target. The Union is also facing problems. With the criminal investigation hanging over them, the FBI threatened to decertify the Union unless they elect new leadership. However, even though Frank is dead, they still decide to elect him their leader out of solidarity to what they did for him, choosing to be decertified rather than just roll over. The final scene of the season shows Nick, who's leaving for the Witness Protection Program, looking out at the harbor. We then get a montage similar to last season. Beatty returns to the port police now that the case is over. Andy Krawcheck starts development on a new high-priced condominium where the grain pier was going to go. And the drug trade continues, with new people continuing the Greek operation. And life in Baltimore goes on. Like I said at the beginning, this season wasn't well received by the general audience when it first came out, and to this day remains controversial. In fact, when BET aired the show on their network, they had to cut material in order to fit in their commercial breaks. They ended up cutting out almost the entirety of the Union storyline, as they decided that it wasn't important. Now, while I definitely disagree with this approach, I can understand why some people feel this way. Even setting aside a difference in focus from the first season, there are a few things that I personally don't like. For one, it takes pretty much half the season for the investigation to even get started, and even when they do, the investigation doesn't seem to go anywhere. They never even come close to learning about their real targets, the Greeks, which makes the whole affair seem pointless. Now, you can compare that to the end of Season 1 when they don't get a real conviction on Avon. But at least they knew all about his operation at that point, and the investigation into Avon had already spun up since the second episode. Another problem the port story has is the fact that it doesn't directly connect to future seasons. The themes definitely will, but in terms of plots, the port feels isolated and even more pointless. We'll get into this more in the next sections, but the events of the third season will directly impact the fourth, which will directly impact the fifth. I think the writers learned a lesson after seeing how the season was received, and worked to make future storylines more directly tied together. But even with these problems, this season is still an incredibly important piece of the show. The themes of industrial decay and how the systems of Baltimore destroy anyone who tries to fight against them is not only relevant to future episodes, it's really the heart and soul of the show. When we're first introduced to Frank Sabatka, we think he's going to be another kingpin like Avon. However, over the course of the season, we realize that he's just a man trying to keep his head above water. His way of life is being slowly taken away from him, and the only recourse he has to fight it, crime, ends up destroying everything he holds dear. Never mind that the politicians like Clay Davis enabled it by taking the money. It's the working class who bear the consequences of trying to survive in this new age that doesn't need them anymore. Frank is one of the most tragic and beautifully realized characters on the show for me. A man who does the wrong things for the right reasons, and in the end is just a puppet to the people and forces they can't control. The shot of him behind a fence symbolizes how he and the rest of the working class are being caged and trapped by society. We'll see this tragedy repeated over and over again in the coming seasons. What people deserve and what they get has nothing to do with each other. So I hope I've shown you that despite this season not being that important on the surface, the themes and subject matter that the season addresses are absolutely critical for understanding the show. And remember, only plebs skip this season on rewatch.
Reform is not just a watchword with my administration. No, it's a philosophy.
Shit, man, no matter how many times you get burnt, man, just keep on doing the same. Nigga, do not learn.
Season 3 picks up around 6 months after the last season. We open with a dramatic change. The Franklin Terrace Towers, the seat of the Barksdale organization, are being torn down. We're introduced to the mayor of Baltimore, Clarence Royce, who says that this is the beginning of a new Baltimore. However, we contrast this with Bodie and Poot, who are discussing how no matter how many times they get burned, they keep doing the same thing, which will be a big theme this season. We also get a new theme song for the season. This time it's by the Neville Brothers, and is much more funky and in an R&B style, reflecting the focus of the season being mostly back on the African American drug dealers. At the beginning of the song, you can also hear what sounds like a siren, which reflects not only the escalating violence of the season, but would also be a motif repeated in next season's theme. The Major Crimes Unit, which was made permanent last season, has been investigating the new alliance between Stringer Bell and Proposition Joe. However, in 6 months, they have not been able to make any meaningful progress because of how careful Prop Joe's people are. Without any results, there's pressure to end the investigation and move on to new targets. This angers McNulty, who's desperate to get Stringer Bell after he escaped the last investigation. The Barksdales, meanwhile, are dealing with their own problems. With the towers gone, they now need to find new territory. Stringer decides that they're going to share territory with other dealers in exchange for sharing their product. Even though his people warn him that this will make them appear weak, he's convinced of the logic of their plan. We're also introduced to some new members of the Barksdale crew. Slim Charles is a mid-level enforcer, and Cuddy is a recently released prisoner who served a 14-year sentence. Cuddy is offered a package as a homecoming gift, but he gets burned on a deal by Fruit and is left with nothing. Meanwhile, we're introduced to a new main character this season, Tommy Carcetti, a city councilman in charge of public safety. He approaches Burrell and asks him to work with him behind the mayor's back in order to address the growing crime problems in Baltimore. When Burrell refuses out of loyalty to the mayor, Carcetti calls a press conference and beats Burrell up over his handling of the department. In order to appease Carcetti and get him off their backs, the mayor orders Burrell to reduce the crime rate by any means necessary. Burrell and Rawls, who has been promoted to number 2, then pressure the district commanders to juke the stats and lower the crime rate by making crimes disappear. One of these commanders is Bunny Colvin, who we were introduced to last season. He is disillusioned with the way the department has been operating, including his own men in the Western District like Herc and Carver. They're only interested in chasing low-level arrests of street dealers, which does nothing to improve the quality of life in the neighborhoods. After one of his officers is shot trying to buy a small amount of drugs, Colvin finally becomes sick of the drug war and decides to try something new. He plans to effectively legalize drugs in a few select areas, with the hope of reducing crime and violence everywhere else in the district. Though his plan has merit from a community perspective, it runs antithetical to the way the drug war has been run and the way his officers know how to fight it. At first, he's unsuccessful in getting the dealers to move to the area, which is dubbed Hamsterdam. However, after his officers actually assist the dealers, they eventually get some traffic at Hamsterdam. Meanwhile, the violence in the Eastern District is ramping up, with multiple murders every night. Daniels decides to use the unit to try and stop the growing drug war. They try to pull in Cheese and throw a murder charge on him, but it turns out that there was a miscommunication, and Cheese is only guilty of shooting a dog. However, the police have tipped their hand, and the Wire is now dead. With no hope of getting to Prop Joe or Stringer, the unit moves on to a new, much lower target. McNulty, however, refuses to give up on Stringer. He first looks into Dee's suicide, determining that it was actually a murder. He then looks into Bell's finances, realizing that he has gone almost completely legitimate as a developer and will be almost impossible to catch now. However, Stringer is still involved with drugs, namely through the New Day Co-op, which he has founded with Prop Joe and all the other high-level dealers in Baltimore. They're now working together, sort of like the Commission for the Mafia. Stringer invites Marlowe Stanfield, a young and up-and-coming drug lord, to join the co-op, though Marlowe isn't interested in working with others. Meanwhile, Carcetti finally convinces Burrell to accept his help in improving the police department. With an informant in the mayor's inner circle, Carcetti decides he's going to run for mayor of Baltimore. Being white in a majority black city, the odds are stacked against him. He recruits Teresa D'Agostino, a very effective campaign manager from DC, to run his campaign. Meanwhile, Carcetti adjusts to life after prison. At first, he tries to go straight and reconnect with his old lover, Grace Sampson. However, when that doesn't work out, he decides to go back to work for the Barksdales as an enforcer. He proves to be every bit as deadly as he once was, even though the game has grown more violent and disorganized since he's been away. While all this is going on, Omar and company continue to rob the Barksdales as punishment for Stringer's deception with Brother Mouzone. However, one of their jobs goes bad, and Tasha ends up killed. She's actually shot by Omar's new boyfriend by accident, but Omar still feels responsible. Bunk investigates Tasha's murder and notices that the young children in the neighborhood are imitating Omar as an urban legend. He confronts Omar about the effect he has on the community, and that even with his code of honor, Omar is part of the growing murder problem in Baltimore. Feeling bad about this, Omar decides to help Bunk out. He finds a service weapon from an officer that was shot that Bunk was searching for, giving it to him in order to clear his conscience. Meanwhile, Avon is released from prison. Though Stringer has set them up to go legitimate and leave the street behind, Avon is only interested in being a gangster. He demands that they go after Marlowe, who has taken Avon's best corners. Cuddy and Slim Charles go after Marlowe's Lieutenant Fruit, but Cuddy hesitates to pull the trigger. He realizes that he isn't the same man anymore and decides to leave the game. McNulty and Kima, who have been investigating Stringer despite Daniel's instructions, notice a connection between him and Marlowe. With the war growing between the two gangs, McNulty goes behind Daniels' back to get the unit reassigned to Stringer. Daniels is furious at the disrespect for his command and tells McNulty that he'll be kicked out of the unit once the investigation is over. Meanwhile, Amsterdam has been successful in reducing violent crime in the district. However, there are some problems. With no threat of police interference, the dealers have cut loose their touts and runners, meaning a whole bunch of kids are now running wild with nothing to do all day. Carver ends up establishing an unemployment tax on the dealers, making Amsterdam more and more like a legitimate part of the economy. However, it's not all sunshine. The open drug environment creates a kind of Sodom and Gomorrah, with people being able to indulge their addiction without any kind of limits. Colvin is convinced by the Deacon, a prominent neighborhood figure, to not only contain the crime, but work to improve the lives of the addicts. Colvin then brings in social workers to try and treat the users of Amsterdam. Meanwhile, Carcetti continues setting up his campaign for mayor. In order to win, he needs his friend Tony Gray to run and split the black vote with Royce. However, he feels guilty about not being honest with his friend. While all this is going on, the unit is dealing with their own personal issues. Daniels is now separated from his wife, only pretending to be together for the sake of her city council campaign. He then starts a relationship with Rhonda Perlman. McNulty, after being rejected by his ex-wife, starts seeing Teresa D'Agostino. Though he likes her, she's focused on her job and is only interested in McNulty for sex. It's an ironic twist, given how he treated Perlman and his ex-wife. And finally, Kima is struggling with her girlfriend. They now have a baby together, which is what Cheryl wanted. However, Kima is bored with domestic life and stays out drinking most nights to avoid parental responsibility. Eventually, Cheryl kicks Kima out, and we can see Kima is becoming more and more like McNulty. Meanwhile, the investigation works to try and establish a pattern for the wire. However, the dealers have started using burner phones and throwing them away every few days, making a wire almost impossible. They eventually discover a pattern to where they're buying the phones, and they identify the buyer, Bernard. Without any way to set up a wire quick enough, they come up with a plan to trick Bernard and sell him pre-bugged phones. This works, and they're able to successfully map out the entire operation, including getting a wire on Stringer's personal phone. However, their investigation hits a bump when Prez accidentally kills a plainclothes cop while responding to a call. Though it was an accident, the fact that the cop was black means the racial issue could turn into a criminal case. Regardless of this, Prez is traumatized that he killed a cop, and his time in the police department is over. Meanwhile, Avon is warring against Marlowe for control of the corners. Marlowe, thanks to both smarts and luck, manages to outmaneuver Avon. Stringer confronts Avon about the danger this is putting them in, and they get into a fight over their different priorities. Avon accuses Stringer of being caught between two worlds, and Stringer reveals that he had D'Angelo killed. Though they eventually settle down, we can see the rift is growing even bigger between them. While this is going on, Stringer is dealing with the problems of being a developer. He's being slowed down by the bureaucratic process, and Clay Davis convinces him the only way to go forward is to donate large sums of money to political figures. However, despite this, their development still doesn't move through. He eventually learns that Clay Davis has been playing him, and that all the money he's been given has gone to him instead of the bribes. Angry at being taken advantage of, Stringer wants to have him killed, but Avon warns him against killing a politician. He also berates Stringer for getting involved with the legitimate world when he wasn't ready to handle it. Meanwhile, Colvin's Amsterdam project starts attracting attention from the media. Knowing that his time is almost up, he elects to tell the bosses what's going on. Before he goes, he has a talk with Carver about the problems of the drug war and what real police work really is. We'll talk about this scene more later, but it's one of the most important speeches in the series. At the next Comstat meeting, Colvin reveals Amsterdam. His bosses are incensed that he has effectively legalized drugs and relieve him of command. They then tell the mayor, who, while not wanting to take the blame for any of this, is also interested in using the drop in crime rate for his approval ratings. He begins to think about how they can continue Amsterdam. Fearing that the mayor will hang him out to dry, Burrell goes to Carcetti and informs him about Amsterdam. Carcetti then talks to Colvin and convinces him to trust him. Colvin then shows him Amsterdam, both the good and the bad parts. Though this is an opportunity to advance his campaign against the mayor, he is again hesitant to throw Colvin under the bus. Teresa also tries to get information about Amsterdam. She calls Jimmy for a date, even though she was completely disinterested in him last time. However, he realizes that she's using him, and he has finally had enough of her. While all this is going on, Cuddy is looking for a way to give back to the community and keep himself on the straight path. He decides to open up a boxing gym to try and teach the young kids some discipline and self-respect. Though things get off to a rough start, he ends up making a small difference in some of these kids' lives. Meanwhile, Brother Muzone returns to Baltimore, intent on finding Omar. After capturing and interrogating Omar's boyfriend, the two of them meet in an alley. They eventually form an alliance, and intend to get Stringer Bell for his betrayals. Muzone approaches Avon, reminding him of his reputation at stake. Reluctantly, Avon gives Stringer up in order to protect his rep. What he doesn't know, though, is that Stringer has moved against him as well. Avon has continued the war with Marlowe, drawing attention from the police. Prop Joe and the other members of the co-op decide that if the Barksdales continue the war, they will cut them out of the drug connect. When Avon continues warring despite this, Stringer decides that the only way to solve the situation is to rat Avon out to the police and send him back to jail. He contacts Colvin and tells him where Avon is preparing for war at. The next day, Stringer meets with his contractor at one of his buildings. However, Omar ambushes him and kills his bodyguard. Stringer tries to run, but he's cornered by Omar and Brother. Stringer tries to bargain for his life, but they aren't having it. They reveal that Avon sold him out right before they kill him. When McNulty discovers the news, he's devastated. Not that Stringer died, but that he died without ever knowing that they had a case against him. Meanwhile, the Barksdales prepare to go to war against Marlowe, who everyone assumes did the hit. Avon knows the truth, of course, but decides to fight anyway based on the lie. Meanwhile, the news gets wind of Amsterdam and make a story out of it. Both Carcetti and Tony Gray use the issue for political points. Mayor Royce is made to look bad for condoning drugs, including facing reprisals from the federal government. Burrell agrees to take the blame for him in exchange for being made permanent police commissioner. Amsterdam is then shut down, with the police arresting everyone they can find. When they demolish the area, they also find the body of Bubbles' friend Johnny, who overdosed from all the drugs that were easy to acquire. They put the blame for everything on Colvin, demoting him to a lower rank and pension, and even going so far as to tank the job he had lined up after retiring. Meanwhile, the unit, acting on information Stringer gave before he died, raid Avon's compound. Catching him with an armory of guns, his parole is violated and he'll be sent to prison for a long time. McNulty makes a point of showing him that it was Stringer who ratted him out. The city council then holds a hearing for the Amsterdam affair. Burrell shields the mayor from blame per their agreement. However, Carcetti uses the opportunity to give an impassioned speech about the city, making himself look very good. Gray, however, realizes that Carcetti plans to run for mayor and feels betrayed because of their friendship. After finally closing the chapter on the Barksdales, McNulty is at a crossroads. He goes to Beatty from last season, admitting his feelings for her and wanting to move past his toxic behavior. He decides to quit the unit and go back to a footpost in the Western, where things will be simpler and he'll be happy. As the season ends, we get another wrap-up montage. With Avon and his crew going away, Marlowe is now free to take over the West Side. The unit closes the case on the Barksdales and prepares to move on to new targets. Daniels is finally promoted to Major and given command of the Western District now that Colvin is gone. And Bubbles is back to his usual hustles, only with a new protege at his side. And all the while, life in Baltimore goes on. Overall, Season 3 is a return to form from the last season, with a focus on the police chasing drug dealers. But with the political systems of Baltimore thrown into the mix, the season is about much more than the dysfunctionality of the police department we saw in Season 1. The season shows us the gross, Sisyphean futility of the drug war and offers us a new approach. But it also shows us why the forces at work conspire to make sure that change is not only impossible, but punishable as well. The central theme of the season is reform, both for the characters on the show and the institutions. The show asks us if any of us can ever truly change. Colvin and Stringer both thought that they could change the world around them, and were punished for their attempt by the systems of their worlds. McNulty and Carver both decide to try and change by the end of the season, but we'll have to wait and see how that change plays out. But by the end, only Cuddy has really managed to change, and that's by being honest with himself and only focusing on the small part of life he actually had control over. David Simon was originally planning on doing a spin-off of The Wire that focused on the affairs of City Hall. However, HBO declined, saying that they didn't want a second show about Baltimore that no one was watching. In fact, HBO almost canceled the show entirely after this season due to low ratings. The next season would be delayed by a year, and luckily they were able to retain all the actors thanks to the passion that they all had for the material. Anyway, that does it for the third season. Now, let's take a look at the fourth, which happens to be the favorite of many fans of the show, including myself.
You juke the stats, and majors become colonels. I've been here before.
Wherever you go, there you are.
Season 4 again shifts the focus from the previous season, this time to the school system and the young children of Baltimore. We get a new set of characters to go along with this, young boys from West Baltimore. The main kids of the group are Namond, Michael, Randy, and Dookie, and we'll be following their journey this season. Namond Bryce is actually the son of Weebay, and even though his father is serving life in prison, The Barksdale money means that he's actually the richest kid on the block. Though he acts tough, he's actually spoiled and cowardly when it comes to conflict. Michael Lee is a tough street kid with a good heart. The best fighter of the group, he actually looks out for the weaker kids like his brother Bug and even Dookie. Michael is distrustful of others for reasons we'll get into later. Randy Wagstaff is the entrepreneur of the group. He's always looking for new hustles to earn $1, but despite this, he's actually very innocent and sweet. He's also the son of Cheese Wagstaff, though this is never directly mentioned, so it's presumed that he doesn't know his father. Finally, Dookie is the poor kid of the group. His family are drug addicts who steal his clothes and school supplies, leaving him dirty and smelly. Though he's a peripheral member of the group, he's treated as an outcast because of his poor status. Prez is also a part of this new focus. After ending his police career last season, he takes a job as a math teacher at Edward Tillman Middle School, the same one the boys attend. Though the inner city school system is rough, Prez has few options for work after he killed a fellow police officer. We also get a new theme song that reflects the season. The song is sung this time by Doma G, a group of Baltimore teenagers. This version was recorded specifically for the show, and the fact that it was done by young people actually living in Baltimore adds a lot of credibility. We also continue the motif of the sirens from the last season, again reflecting the growing violence we'll see this season. With the Barksdales gone, Marlowe has taken over most of West Baltimore. His two lieutenants, Chris and Snoop, hide the bodies that they kill in the many vacant row houses of Baltimore, which means the police have no idea the murders are even going on. Carcetti has formally started his campaign for mayor. The campaign gets off to a rough start, with Carcetti growing sick of begging for money and votes and being disappointed in his early numbers. It seems unlikely, since he's white, that he'll be able to defeat Royce in a majority black city like Baltimore, especially with the resources that Royce has. Meanwhile, some conflict brews in the streets. Fruit, one of Marlowe's dealers, is killed by Lex for stealing his girl. Marlowe's crew contracts little Kevin to lure Lex to the playground where they can take him out. Kevin in turn pays Randy to deliver the message, which ends up getting Lex killed. Randy is shaken that he had a role in someone's death, even unintentionally. The Major Crimes Unit is investigating Marlowe, who's not nearly as careful as the Barksdales were. However, they are also following up on the money trail from the Barksdale case, as the upcoming election means the politicians can't bury them like they normally could. The subpoenas really scare Clay Davis, whose corruption has been funding the entire Democratic leadership of Baltimore. As punishment for the subpoenas, Rawls has a new commander, Charles Marimo, take over the unit. Marimo is a terrible cop, only interested in stats, and him being in command effectively renders the unit useless. Greggs and Freeman both refuse to serve under him and are transferred to homicide. As the new school year approaches, Marlowe gives away money to the young kids of the West Side in order to have his name ring out. However, Michael refuses the money as he doesn't want to owe anyone anything. Marlowe is impressed by his defiance and starts to take an interest in the boy. Meanwhile, the New Day co-op continues even after Stringer's death. They're faced with threats both from Marlowe's growing control of the West Side and New York dealers muscling in on their territory. Realizing that New York is the bigger threat, they decide to try and bring Marlowe into the co-op in order to help them fight New York. As the new school year starts, the kids all return to school. Prez starts teaching math, but finds that the students of the inner city are wild and rough. Miss Sampson, Cuddy's old girlfriend, has to help Prez, as she's one of the only teachers the students fear and respect. Meanwhile, Bunny Colvin, after being forced out of the police department, has taken a job as security for a hotel. However, after he again chooses his personal conviction over protecting his bosses, he's let go. The deacon then introduces him to Dr. Parenti, a university researcher who's looking to study ways to help kids avoid a life of crime. Colvin agrees to join and use his street knowledge for the project. As the election for mayor comes near, all three candidates meet for a public debate. Carcetti is able to make Royce look very bad when it's revealed that another witness was killed in a drug case. In order to not look worse, Royce orders Burrell to slow down the investigation of the witness. He then pulls Norris off the case and gives it to Kima, thinking that because she's young and new, she'll not be able to investigate properly. Meanwhile, Bubbles has taken a new kid to mentor, Sherrod. Bubbles forces Sherrod to go back to school, as he needs math skills in order to hustle on the street with him. However, Sherrod is socially promoted, which means that he's placed in the 8th grade even though he missed a number of years and is not ready for the work. He then leaves school and pretends to still be going to for Bubs. Prop Joe approaches Marlowe about joining the co-op. When Marlowe declines because he doesn't need the group's protection, Joe comes up with a plan. He tells Omar about the poker game that Marlowe plays at, which Omar proceeds to rob. Marlowe is angered that Omar has the audacity to rob him and wants revenge. Chris, however, doesn't want to go up against Omar directly and risk his payback. Instead, he comes up with a plan to frame Omar for murdering a civilian in Old-Face Andre's store. The plan works and Omar is arrested for the murder. In prison, he's vulnerable to be killed by all the people he's stolen from over the years. But thanks to McNulty giving him a phone call, Butchie's able to arrange protection for him on the inside. Meanwhile, Cuddy continues coaching kids at the gym. He tries to approach Michael as a mentor, but Michael is distrustful of the man and refuses to be near him. Cuddy is also getting a lot of attention from the mothers of his students, which causes resentment, particularly with one of his prized students, Spider. Meanwhile, Valchek informs Carcetti of the situation with Kima and the murder investigation. Carcetti decides to give it to Gray in order to boost up his campaign. After the news breaks, Royce is furious with Burrell for allowing this to leak. He approaches Rawls and promises him the job of commissioner if he can make this go away. Rawls then has Norris assigned back to the case, and spins the story that he was always the lead and Kimo's just assisting him. Kima is of course angry at how she's being battered around like this for the sake of politics, but Landsman warns her that in homicide, they answer to the boss's whims. While all this is going on, Merimo decides to move against the Stanfield crew with information pulled off the wire. However, the information is weeks old, and with Merimo being ignorant of how modern drug crews operate, their raid ends up with nothing. In response to this, Herc illegally and without permission sets up a surveillance camera on Marlowe's hangout spot. However, he's noticed by one of Marlowe's lookouts. Now knowing the police are on him, Marlowe agrees to join the co-op for protection. He also has Chris and Snoop take out the New York dealers. Meanwhile, Delegate Watkins confronts Royce about his behavior. He's lost touch with his roots, instead only doing whatever serves him personally. Finally fed up with him, he decides he will not be supporting him in the coming election. Rawls, who has a spy in the mayor's office, offers this news to Carcetti, thereby helping himself no matter who wins the election. Carcetti then approaches Watkins and convinces him to support him in the election. With his support, the election is basically neck and neck. Meanwhile, Colvin and Parenti convince the school to move forward with their program. They identify 10 troubled students, including Namond, and pull them from their classes. They then create a special class designed to address their specific needs as corner kids. At the same time, Namond and his mother are informed by Brianna that there will be no more money coming to them from the Barksdales. Though she's been paid a lot, Namond's mother doesn't want to give up her life of luxury. She tells Namond that he now has to step up and forces him to work a package from Bodie in order to make money for the family. Meanwhile, Randy gets in trouble for being involved with 3 students who had sex in the bathroom. After being rejected by the boys, the girl falsely claims that she was raped. Randy, who was the lookout while they had sex, is now facing serious consequences. To get out of this, he tells the vice principal about Lex's murder. After learning this, she wants to inform the police. However, Prez, knowing what happens to informants, brings it to Daniels. He in turn gives it to Carver, who has really grown after his lecture from Colvin last season, to handle the case with discretion. He agrees to protect the boy as they conduct their investigation. On the day of the election, it's anyone's day as the polls are neck and neck. Clay Davis offers to help Carcetti's campaign in exchange for $20,000, but turns around and backs Royce anyway once he gets the money. Despite this setback, Carcetti ends up winning. Though this was technically only the primary, it's basically a given that he will be the next mayor of Baltimore, as it is a majority Democrat town. There's also a new district attorney-elect, Rupert Bond. In spite of the politics of the subpoenas she sent out, Bond promotes Perlman to oversee all murder prosecutions, as he admires her courage. Meanwhile, Herc catches Marlowe on the camera discussing business. However, it's a trap, and they intentionally gave them the information in order to see their response. Herc follows Marlowe to the train station and apprehends him in what he thinks is a drug exchange. However, it turns out to be nothing, and Marlowe is let go. Though Marlowe knows that someone is watching him, he doesn't know if it's federal or local police. Prop Joe advises him to steal the camera, as if it's local cops, they can't tolerate an expensive device like that going missing. With the camera gone, Herc is now in serious trouble, as he borrowed it without his lieutenant's permission. Meanwhile, Omar is locked up with all the dealers he robbed over the years. Though he's managed to defend himself, he knows it won't last forever. He reaches out to Bunk, as he was promised help in return for Bird's case years ago. Though Bunk knows Omar is guilty of many other murders, he feels bad that he's going down for one he didn't commit. He arranges for Omar to be transferred to a safer prison, and then begins working the case to find the real killer. This angers his fellow detectives, who just want the easy clear and to move on. Eventually, though, he manages to show that the witness is lying, and gets Omar freed from jail. However, in return for freeing him, he makes Omar promise not to kill anyone, as there are already too many bodies on him. Meanwhile, Prez is making actual headway with the kids in his class. He teaches them math using gambling, something they're actually interested in. However, the school informs him that they need to start teaching the standardized tests, as they are judged based on the students' scores. Though this won't help the students, it will make the school look good, which is all they care about. At the same time, Colvin's class is making headway as well. At first, the kids were acting out trying to get suspended, but eventually they start to reach them when they actually address their corner lives. With patience and the proper motivation, they even start to get them to curb their behavior. Colvin even takes Naaman, Zenobia, and Darnell out to dinner as a reward, but they're intimidated by the upper class society and they revert back to their old habits. Meanwhile, Kima continues to investigate the Braddock case. After running out of leads, she decides to take a fresh look at the crime scene. She finds a house down the block and eventually discovers that Braddock was killed due to a stray round from someone shooting bottles in their backyard. The irony of this is, of course, not only that Kima solved the case that no one thought she was capable of, but also that Carcetti was elected based on the idea that he was killed for being a witness. Meanwhile, Carcetti starts to observe the police department in an attempt to understand its problems. He rides along with several cops and sees the blatant waste of resources being devoted to the drug war. However, he takes an interest in Daniels, who is a model of good police work. He approaches Daniels and asks for his help, bumping him to Colonel in charge of CID. Meanwhile, Michael's stepfather, Bug's actual father, returns after being locked away in prison. Michael is extremely uncomfortable with him, and it's implied that the man molested Michael as a child. This is why he was so distrustful of Cuddy and any adult that tried to be nice to him. With no other way of getting rid of the man, he approaches Marlowe and asks for his help. Chris and Snoop then take Bug's father and walk him to a vacant to kill him. After realizing why Michael wants him dead, Chris violently beats the man to death in the street instead of taking him into the house to kill discreetly. It's implied that Chris was also molested as a child and is taking it out on him here. Meanwhile, Herc is desperate to get some leverage on Marlowe in order to get his camera back. Carver gives him Randy with the promise that he'll protect the boy. Randy gives him his information, but it's useless as there's no actual proof. Herc then brings in little Kevin for interrogation, but accidentally lets it slip that Randy is an informant. Because of this, Randy is targeted as a snitch and attacked. Randy is forced to stay home from school because of this. Prez is furious that Herc put the kid in danger like this and tells him not to talk to the police anymore. Fearful that more attacks may be coming, Carver has police officers guard his house. Herc also screws over Bubbles. He agrees to protect him from a junkie who's been assaulting him lately in exchange for help finding the camera. However, Herc continues to leave Bubbles hanging when he's in need. Eventually, Bubbles gets sick of it and gives Herc a false tip about Marlowe's crew. Herc ends up assaulting a reverend, who files charges against him. Eventually, IID puts together all of his transgressions, and he's kicked off the force. Meanwhile, Namond is arrested for dealing on the street. With his mother out of reach, he's going to a juvenile center unless he can find a guardian. He calls Colvin, who reluctantly agrees to take him in. However, he discovers that Namond isn't as bad as he acts, and that his home life with his mother is terrible. Colvin starts to feel sorry for him and see him in another light. Meanwhile, Carcetti officially starts his term as mayor. He comes out swinging, making promises to the police they will get a pay raise and have more resources to fight crime. Morale is high as the police think that change is finally coming to the department. Daniels even has the major crimes unit reconstituted, and Freeman is basically running the show. However, Carcetti runs into problems when it comes to light that the school system has been running a $54 million deficit. The schools need money to keep them working, but the city has no extra money to spend. Carcetti is forced to go to the Republican governor of Maryland for help, which will not be good for him politically. However, when it becomes clear that taking the money will ruin his future plans to run for governor, Carcetti decides not to take it, and instead will leave Baltimore broke and unable to make the changes he promised. Meanwhile, Omar, though sworn against murder by Bunk, begins looking for payback on Marlowe for having him locked up. He discovers that Prop Joe is working with Marlowe and that he's been playing him. Omar forces Joe to help him rob Marlowe in exchange for his life. However, he plays Joe as well, stealing the entire drug shipment meant for the co-op. Afterwards, he sells the drugs back to Joe, netting him a fortune. Joe, meanwhile, is now in trouble with the co-op, who blame him for the theft. He is forced to allow Marlowe to talk to their Greek connection Spiros to explain what happened. Though Spiros defends Joe, Marlowe begins tracking the Greeks, intent to go around Joe for the drug connect. As the school year comes to an end, life is changing for the boys of summer. Dookie is being socially promoted to high school, which will remove him from Prez, the one good adult relationship he has. Unable to deal with the intimidation of high school alone, he drops out and moves in with Michael. Randy is staying at home under protection from the police. However, some of Marlowe's men lure the police away with a false report and then throw Molotov cocktails into the house. Randy's foster mother is badly burned, and with no other guardian, he'll be sent to a group home. Though Carver tries his hardest to keep him out of that horrible environment, there's nothing he can do, and Randy is left to be chewed up by the system. Michael, meanwhile, is taking his first steps into gangster life, training with Snoop and Chris on how to be a hitter. When Kennard steals Damon's package, the two track him down. Michael lays a savage beating on Kennard, but Namond, unable to stomach the violence, runs away. The next day, he tries to act tough again, but Michael, being fed up with his fake persona, slaps the hell out of him. Namond finally realizes that he cannot live up to his father's legacy and doesn't want to be in the game anymore. Meanwhile, Freeman realizes that Marlowe has been hiding his bodies in the vacant houses. Though there is some concern among the brass about adding additional bodies to their stats, they eventually pull out dozens of murder victims of Marlowe's. They also pull over Chris and Snoop for a car stop, finding a gun in their vehicle. Despite this, they'll be working the case for a long time. One of the bodies in the vacants is little Kevin, a friend of Bodie's. He's angered about how coldly Marlowe kills people, and McNulty is able to convince him to provide information on Marlowe. However, Bodie is noticed with McNulty by Marlowe's people, who now know that he's snitching. They then ambush him on the corner. Bodhi refuses to run, however, and faces his death head-on. McNulty, feeling guilty over getting Bodhi killed, decides to join the investigation. He believes he can return to his old work without slipping into his old habits, and is welcomed back onto the team. Meanwhile, Bubbles, tired of being beaten and robbed, comes up with a plan to get rid of his assailant. He rigs up a hotshot, drugs that have been tainted with poison. His plan is to have the man take it and die. However, Sherrod, who has started using, steals the drugs and takes it instead. When Bubbles discovers Sherrod dead, he's overcome with guilt. He tries to confess to the police and even kill himself, but in a rare moment of compassion, Landsman has him sent to a mental hospital instead of prison. Colvin's project, meanwhile, is shut down, pending approval from City Hall. Colvin and Parenti go down to try and convince them to continue the project. However, given the school's fiscal problems, and the general apathy when it comes to new approaches, they reject them. Colvin is furious that nothing ever changes in Baltimore, and that he has no meaningful effect on any of the problems. However, Colvin is able to make one small difference. He reaches out to Weebay, talking to him as a human being, and asking his permission to adopt his son. He tells him Naaman wasn't made for the corners, and has the potential to be legitimate. Weebay consents, and Naaman goes to live with Colvin's family. Despite all the horrors and failures of the system we've seen this season, with this one act of kindness, one life was changed. And all the while, life in Baltimore goes on. Like I mentioned before, this season is my personal favorite, and a lot of other people share the same opinion. There are many reasons for that, such as the continued storyline from Season 3, and the fact that this season got 13 episodes instead of the usual 12. But the biggest reason of all is the addition of the children characters. It's incredibly rare for kid characters to be well received on a show. They're usually annoying and don't add anything but cuteness. But the four boys are so incredibly likable, and their stories are so tragically tied to the themes of the show, that I can't even imagine the series without them. We see how the politics of City Hall and the police department actually affect the lives of the citizens of Baltimore. Their fates are inextricably tied to forces they have no control over or even a real understanding of. There's an irony that Tony Gray, the man that everyone discounted from the start, was actually focused on education, and that his policies might have been better for Baltimore after all. It's also a reference to George W. Bush, who was the education president before the Iraq War became his defining legacy. The title of the first episode, Boys of Summer, is a reference to the Don Henley song, which is in turn a reference to a book by Roger Kahn, which itself is a reference to a Dylan Thomas poem. The title speaks to a remembrance of innocence past, which for the boys is lost over the course of the season.
I pity them.
Why?
Because it won't last. Because they are the nights of summer and winter is coming.
You might have noticed that McNulty had a much reduced role this season. This is because the actor Dominic West asked for time off so he could spend it with his daughter. However, while losing the top-billed actor might have killed a weaker show, for The Wire it actually works. This is because it reinforces the idea that the show is not about Jimmy McNulty. He's not the main character. Baltimore is. Each season we are exploring a different part of the city, not only the physical locations, but the culture and the people in it. So, let's take a look one last time at yet another part of the city in the final season of the show.
Now, what do you want, an educational project or a litany of excuses? I don't want some amorphous series detailing society's ills. If you leave everything in, soon you've got nothing.
Season 5 is the final season of the show, and in contrast to the previous seasons, which each had 12 or 13 episodes, Season 5 only has 10. We'll talk about the reasons for that and what effect it had on the show later. The season has a new focus on journalism, adding the Baltimore Sun-Paper as a prominent part of the plot. David Simon, of course, was a journalist before his television career, and this season particularly resonates with his experience. We also get another theme song, of course, this time sung by Steve Earle, who plays Waylon on the show. The song this time has a very Law and Order feel to it. I don't know the exact musical terms, but it really reminds me of Law and Order when I hear it.
When you walk through the garden.
Now, that may very well be intentional, given some of the connections to the show this season. But regardless, this is my least favorite version of the song. Season 5 opens with the homicide detectives tricking a suspect into confessing, based on a false polygraph test. The themes of truth and what we collectively believe is an important theme for the season. Afterwards, we deal with the aftermath of the school's deficit last season. After Carcetti declined the governor's money, they have nothing to pay their police officers with, and their overtime pay is deferred and all other resources being sent to prop up the schools. Morale among police is at rock bottom. This affects the Major Crimes Unit, who have been watching Marlowe day and night to no avail. The unit is disbanded as the city cannot continue to fund a prolonged investigation like that. McNulty takes it particularly hard, slipping back into his drinking and whoring ways without a target to chase. Meanwhile, the Baltimore Sun is also facing cutbacks. As the internet makes newspapers less and less relevant, the Sun has to cut more of its resources to stay profitable for the bosses. This includes layoff for many veteran journalists. Like the city and the police, they demand that their journalists do more with less. One of the journalists, Scott Templeton, is unhappy with the slump his career is in and is unwilling to do the hard work of real journalism. He starts to make up stories which read great, but are not true. Editor Gus Haynes is suspicious of Scott's incredible stories, but the bosses are pleased with the sensationalism and support him. Meanwhile, Marlowe, now free from police monitoring, begins his move. He sends Chris to find info about the Greeks from the Port case back in Season 2. There's a great detail that Prop Joe was the one that taught him that police reports are public record after a case, showing that Marlowe is learning and growing himself. He tries to make contact with Sergei in prison, but has to go through Avon to make the deal, who's serving his sentence from Season 3 in Jessup. After being connected with the Greeks, Marlowe tries to offer them money as a gift, but they reject it as they only want to work with Joe. However, Marlowe continues to push, getting them to agree to keep him as backup in case something happens with Joe. With the Greeks' blessing, Marlowe moves against Joe. He bribes Cheese to his side, offering him his uncle's territory. They ambush Joe at his house. Joe reminds Marlowe that he was good to him, but Marlowe doesn't care as it's just in his nature. Chris then shoots Joe in the head. With Joe out of the way, Marlowe secures control of the Greek connection. He then disbands the co-op, claiming the entire Baltimore market for himself. Meanwhile, McNulty, unwilling to let Marlowe go, comes up with a plan to get funding for the investigation. He begins faking a serial killer in Baltimore, making the natural deaths of homeless men look like murders. His plan is to funnel the money from the serial killer investigation to the Major Crimes Unit. However, because the victims are homeless men, no one cares that they're being killed. Bunk, disgusted at McNulty's plan, has Lester try and convince him to stop. However, Lester actually goes along with it and suggests that they make the serial killer more sensational so that the media can't ignore it any longer. They then start to make the killer look like he's biting the victims as part of a sexual act. This finally gets them some publicity, but the department only gives them 2 detectives, as they still don't want to spend any money. Meanwhile, Michael Lee is continuing as a soldier for Marlowe and Chris. Though he has proven he can kill, he questions some of his orders and the reason why they need to kill so many people. Snoop and Chris warn him that he's not supposed to ask questions, but simply follow orders. Dookie, who lives with Michael, is also struggling to find his own place in the world, as he does not fit in a corner or in the legitimate world. Back at City Hall, Carcetti is furious when Burrell brings him Juke stats. He finally moves to have him fired, making several concessions to the ministers for their support. When Nerys tells Burrell about this, he threatens to expose Daniels' previous corruption in the Eastern. However, Nerys promises him a high-paying job for going quietly. She does, however, take Daniels' file for herself. With Burrell fired, Rawls is placed as acting commissioner, with the intent to replace him in 6 months with Daniels. Meanwhile, Marlowe, still wanting revenge against Omar for the robbery last season, has Chris and Snoop torture and kill Butchie in order to draw Omar out. Though Omar is now living in another country, he returns when he learns about Butchie's death. With Marlowe in hiding, Omar plans to go after his men to force him out. He tries to ambush Monk in his apartment, but they're waiting for him and fire back. Omar manages to escape by jumping out of a window, but is wounded in the process. Marlowe also begins laundering his money, using Levy as his lawyer. He gives Levy his cell number. However, Herc, who's working for Levy, after being fired from the police, steals the number and gives it to the cops. With his cell number, McNulty and Freeman decide to set up a fake wiretap on their serial killer, but in reality, be using it to listen to Marlowe. They catch a break when Scott Templeton fakes a call from the serial killer in order to boost his journalism career. McNulty goes along with it, and they get a wiretap up. However, there's a problem, as Marlowe doesn't use his phone for normal calls, but only sending pictures. Their wiretap has no way of intercepting those kind of messages. In order to get a machine that can capture pictures, they decide to make their serial killer kidnap his victims and send pictures to the press. McNulty takes a crazy homeless man to a shelter out of state, pretending that he's the killer's next victim. Carcetti decides to take up the homelessness issue for his governor campaign, and promises to devote all the resources necessary to catch the killer. This gets the department to really start spending money. However, the problem is that they're given more men than they actually need. Instead, McNulty starts having them work their actual case and paying for it out of his fake case. Meanwhile, Bubbles, sober after the incident with Sherrod, struggles with sobriety and the guilt he feels over the boy's death. He's living with his sister again, but she refuses to allow him upstairs after the many times he's stolen from her. He's eventually approached by another reporter, Fletcher, who wants to write a story about his experience as an addict. Bubbles is hesitant to share his story with the world, particularly about Sherrod. However, his sponsor Wayland encourages him to talk about the trauma and move past it, and eventually Bubbles works up the courage to share his story with the group. While all this is going on, Bond is pursuing a criminal case against Clay Davis for corruption. He wants to personally convict Clay so that he can use him as a trophy for his upcoming mayoral campaign. However, this backfires when Clay manages to appear sympathetic to a jury, who acquit him despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Meanwhile, Omar, though wounded and limping, continues his crusade against Marlowe. He hits several of Marlowe's stashes and even kills Savino, who's working as muscle for Marlowe. All the while, he puts word out to the community, calling Marlowe out. However, one day, he's randomly killed by Kennard of all people, who shoots him in the head while he isn't looking. Thus, the story of Omar is cut tragically short. However, information on Omar's body, along with the wiretap, allows Freeman to crack Marlowe's code. They discover the location of the drug supply and manage to arrest all the key players in the organization, including Marlowe. However, Levi suspects that given all the information the police have, they must have been running an illegal wiretap. Meanwhile, with the Stanfield case down, McNulty plans on letting the serial killer play out until it's forgotten. However, Kima, whom he told the truth to, can't accept the lie. She tells Daniels, who along with Perlman, do some digging and discover the truth about the wiretap. In jail, Marlowe and his crew discuss who could be the snitch. Monk suggests Michael, citing his unhappiness with the way they've been operating. When Marlowe learns that Omar called him out by name and no one told him, he's furious and demands that they put word out on the street that he's willing to step to anyone. He also says to get rid of Michael on the off chance that he's the snitch. Snoop then tells Michael that they're going out on a job. However, Michael, sensing something's off, gets there early and realizes that Snoop means to kill him. He gets a drop on her first, demanding to know why they want to kill him. She says that his questions and his inability to just follow orders mean that he was never one of them. He then kills her and escapes with Bug and Duke. He drops Bug off at their aunt's house and drops Duke off with addicts that he's been working with. They then go on their separate ways, knowing that this will likely be the last time that they ever see each other again. Now, that's everything I'm going to cover for Season 5 right now. Just like I did for the pilot episode, I'm going to be covering the final episode of the series in the next section. But for now, I want to talk about the season as a whole. The first thing you'll notice is that this season only has 10 episodes. I haven't found an official answer for why, but I suspect it's the usual HBO fuckery. They're notorious for canceling shows prematurely or giving them less resources for their final season, like they did with Rome and Boardwalk Empire. But I believe the fact that this season has 3 less episodes than it should is the main reason why this season has not been well received. The main complaints I've seen about this season are usually about the newspaper and serial killer storylines. The fake killer story is goofy and off-tone for some people, and the newspaper storyline just doesn't integrate with the rest of the season like the schools did in Season 4. I definitely agree with these criticisms. The newsroom characters are just not as fleshed out when compared to the kids from the previous season. For example, can you tell me anything about Alma, Zorsky, or Fletcher, aside from the fact that they're reporters? It makes it hard to care about how Templeton and Whiting are ruining the newspaper when we aren't invested in any of the people who live in that world. However, I feel like this season had the potential to be one of the best seasons of the show. The focus on the media and what the public responds to in a story serves as a meta-commentary on the show itself. Like there's a scene where Dookie is watching Dexter, which is a much more sensationalized show about a serial killer. Regardless of whether you like Dexter or not, it's clear that this is meant to be a statement about how people like shows with exciting premises over realistic ones like The Wire. Imagine if we had gotten 3 or even 4 more episodes. We could have tied the newsroom more directly with the events of the season. We could have seen how the media affects people's perceptions, and that could have had a real impact on how the events of the show play out. Just as the previous seasons showed us the dysfunction in our bureaucracies and everyday lives, this season could have been a meta warning about the shows and media we consume, and a lesson about why truth, even in storytelling, matters more than anything. It would have been the perfect way to end one of the greatest series of television ever made. But as it stands right now, the newspaper just seems to be an occasional distraction, or a tool for the police or city hall to use for their benefit. We also have to address the fact that the newsroom storyline is basically revenge fanfiction for David Simon. Simon was of course a journalist before making the leap into novels and television, and this season reflects his unhappiness with the newspaper industry, in the same way Season 4 reflected Ed Burns' experience with the dysfunctional school system. Scott Templeton was based on a real reporter, Jim Hayner, who Simon believed falsified stories and was protected by editors who wanted him to win a Pulitzer. The editors were John Carroll and William Marimo. You'll recognize that second name as Simon named the asshole Lieutenant Marimo after him. Simon has stated that his entire career has been at least partially motivated by revenge against these bosses whom he blamed for ruining the Sun. If you've seen David Simon getting into arguments on Twitter with literal nobodies, you'll know he really is that petty. The fact that Simon was so close to the material presented here is probably at least partially why the season turned out the way it did. These reporters aren't written to be engaging characters. They're there to highlight all the things David Simon hated about his job. And while that's been part of all the seasons we've seen, Simon may have lost some of his creative objectivity when it came to this season. Even Ed Burns has stated that he wished they had taken the season in a different direction than they did. But that's all I have to say about the season as a whole. Now let's wrap up the story and take a look at the final episode of the series.
Let's go.
The final episode of the series is called... well, it's called this. The symbol itself refers to the end of a story in journalism, which is appropriate given the focus of the season and the fact that this is the end of our story. But I have no idea how you're actually supposed to pronounce that. I think it's pronounced 30, but I'm not sure. So I'm just going to call it the finale and leave it there. This is also the longest episode of the series, clocking in at 93 minutes. It's basically an episode and a half, and we'll talk about what that does to the pacing of the episode later. The episode was directed by Clark Johnson, who you'll remember directed the pilot and also stars as Gus. It's interesting that David Simon never directed any of the episodes of the show himself, or anything at all for that matter, in his entire career. The man knows his lane and sticks to it. The epigraph for the episode is "The Life of Kings," a quote by H.L. Mencken about the journalism industry. Mencken was a journalist and a scholar from Baltimore, widely regarded for his contributions to the English language in America and for his attacks on organized religion. His quote can be seen in full at the Baltimore Sun. It's interesting to end the series with a quote from Mencken, as his legacy is also complicated by his reputation as a racist and as an elitist.
Forgive some sinner, and wink your eye at some homely girl.
Fuck Henry Mencken.
The episode opens with Carcetti learning the truth about the serial killer. Norman notes the irony that this issue, which helped the police get paid, also benefited Carcetti's governor campaign. Daniels wants the detectives fired and possibly prosecuted. However, Carcetti refuses, as he doesn't want to go public with this and blow up his campaign. Daniels is furious at this, and considers leaking the truth himself. Perlman reminds him that though this will hurt Carcetti, he will still be the mayor, and that their careers will be over if they get blamed for this mess. Meanwhile, Bubbles reads over Fletcher's story about him. He's uncomfortable with his life, including the stuff about Sherrod being put out in public. Fletcher promises him that he will only publish the story if Bubbles signs off on it. Back at City Hall, Carcetti and team discuss how to handle the situation. They decide to keep it quiet and simply bury the detectives in a backroom job where no one will learn the truth. When Rawls bucks at this, he's promised to be put in charge of the state police if Carcetti wins governor. He's also given a blowjob for his troubles. Meanwhile, Freeman investigates the courthouse, looking for a leak. He discovers a prosecutor has been selling classified information to Levy and forces him to make an implicating call to him in exchange for leniency. He takes this to Perlman for her to prosecute. However, she tells him that she knows the truth about the serial killer. Freeman then tells McNulty, and they discuss what to do. They realize that Command can't fire them without getting themselves in trouble, and that for now they're safe as long as nothing else happens on the case. However, things are shaken up when a new victim is found. This appears to be a copycat killer and puts them all in danger. Meanwhile, Dookie goes back to the middle school to see Prez. He tells him that he needs money to enroll in the GED program. Though Prez can obviously tell that Dookie is now on drugs, he agrees to give him the money. However, he tells him if he doesn't enroll, that he will no longer be there for him as a friend. Dookie promises him, but we can see that he's going to spend the money on drugs. Meanwhile, Gus asks one of his veteran reporters to look into Scott's stories and see if they are true. After doing some digging, he finds out that Templeton has faked quotes and other details from all of his latest stories. Gus struggles to decide what to do with this information. At the same time, Templeton goes back out onto the street to look for his next piece. He discovers a barely conscious homeless man and calls in a fake report that he had seen someone trying to kidnap the man in a gray van. This is the most audacious lie Templeton has told yet, and McNulty and the other police officers know it's bullshit. When Gus gets wind of this latest lie, he finally confronts his boss. He makes it clear that Scott has been faking his stories, with the proof to back it up. However, the bosses refuse to listen, as Scott's stories are good for their publicity. Meanwhile, Levy approaches Perlman. He knows the case against Marlowe is tainted with an illegal wiretap, and threatens to expose it if they take the case to trial. Carcetti's office wants them to make this go away quietly without giving up the case, as it's part of Carcetti's tough on crime campaign. To reach a settlement, Perlman goes to Levy and threatens him with information about bribing a state's attorney. Although this is illegal and could land her in jail as well, she's able to blackmail him into forcing his clients to accept a deal that's not in their best interests. Chris pleads guilty to all of the murders in the Vacants, and Marlowe, though he'll get off with all his money, is forced out of the game. He ends up selling the Greek connection to the remaining members of the co-op for $10 million. He plans to go legitimate and become a businessman. Meanwhile, McNulty makes a break on the copycat case. He finds a business card on the victim and remembers a homeless man that collected them. They pull him in and he confesses to the killings. However, he's clearly crazy and will be sent to a mental institution. Though he only killed 2 of the victims, Rawls wants him to confess to all of them so they can wrap up this serial killer mess. However, McNulty refuses, as he won't falsely implicate someone for a crime they didn't commit. McNulty also confronts Templeton, telling him that he knows he's a phony because he made up the killer. With the serial killer ostensibly arrested, Carcetti announces that Daniels will be the next police commissioner. However, when he gets there, the mayor's office wants him to juke the stats for the next 2 quarters so Carcetti can win the governor's race. Daniels refuses, as he wants to do real police work instead of continuing the problems of the department. When Nerys threatens to expose his corrupt past, he makes the decision to resign from the department. McNulty and Freeman are also punished for their crimes. Though they can't be fired, they'll be buried in backroom units for the rest of their careers. They both choose to resign in the face of this, though McNulty hasn't earned a pension yet. The police then gather at Kavanaugh's to do a police wake for McNulty, who, despite all of his transgressions, is still loved by his fellow officers. At the wake, Kima reveals that it was her that informed Daniels. McNulty and Freeman forgive her, though, as she was only doing what she thought was right. Meanwhile, the co-op pull their money together in order to buy the Connect. Slim Charles ends up shooting Cheese in the head, as everyone knows that it was him that betrayed Joe for Marlowe. Despite everything that has happened, the spirit of the co-op continues now that Marlowe is out of the picture. At the newsroom, Gus and Alma have been demoted by their bosses after confronting Scott. Gus laments that for people like that, the newsroom was just a stepping stone for bigger things. But for real journalists like them, they just wanted to write about interesting things. We can of course hear David Simon speaking directly to the audience here. As the episode ends, McNulty goes to pick up the homeless man he kidnapped as part of the case. He's wandered out of the shelter that he left him at, and McNulty leaves to find him. After he gets him, they head back home to Baltimore. We then get a final montage showing the fate of all the major characters, set to the original theme song from Season 1. Bunk and Kima are now partnered in homicide. The case they're working on is in the same lot that William Gant was killed in, creating a nice parallel with the pilot episode. Sidner is also complaining to Judge Phelan, trying to get him to move a case forward, just like McNulty did. Marlowe is now retired and becoming a legitimate businessman. However, the world of the wealthy makes him uncomfortable, and he goes back to the street. However, the coroners have actually forgotten him, meaning that despite getting a happy ending on the surface, it's actually his personal hell. Meanwhile, Michael has become a stick-up boy just like Omar. He ends up robbing Vincent with a shotgun, starting a new legend in the making. At the same time, Dookie has become a heroin addict and has become the new Bubbles. Bubbles, meanwhile, after his sister read his story in the newspaper, is finally allowed upstairs, completing his redemption arc. Scott Templeton ends up winning a Pulitzer for his fake stories, which is what his bosses wanted the whole time. Meanwhile, Fletcher is promoted to editor for his story on Bubbles, showing that despite everything, there are still good people willing to do the work at the Sun. Daniels has retired and become a lawyer, and Perlman is now a judge. Valchek also becomes the next commissioner, as he's willing to juke the stats for the new mayor, Nerys Campbell. Carcetti ends up becoming governor, having screwed over Baltimore to win it. Rawls is also put in charge of the state police for his part. We then move past the characters of the show and instead show the real people of Baltimore living their lives. Despite all the horrors of what has happened, things continue on as they always have. And life in Baltimore goes on. You'll notice that I've ended every season with that phrase. That's because The Wire goes for a realistic tone when it comes to life. Throughout the story, we see the consequences of the plot. Characters grow and develop over the 5 seasons, people are killed, and some lives are changed forever. But for the vast majority, life just goes on. Though the events of the story no doubt have an impact on their lives, for most people, it just doesn't really factor into their lives enough to notice. And that's realistic. I doubt many of you are that concerned with what the mayor of your city is up to, or what the latest police investigation is doing. For most people, these things just aren't that important to them. It puts the events of the story into perspective. No matter what the characters are struggling for, be it money, or success, or even justice, at the end of the day, life continues on regardless. As I stated before, this is how Simon and Burns chose to end their masterpiece, and it's telling that they ended it on such a bleak note when it comes to change. McNulty and Freeman tried to change the system, to force it to deal with the problems they believed were important. But in spite of their efforts, and also because of them, nothing has fundamentally changed. Though Marlowe is gone from the drug game, it continues on with new players. People continue to get high. Carcetti gets to be governor, having sold out the city he cared about. And the police still have to continue to try to do their job, with the entire system of Baltimore working against them. It's just like Bunny Colvin at the end of Season 3. In the end, all of his work was demolished and simply brushed aside. There's also connections with the other themes established in the first episode. The idea of being punished for giving a fuck when it's not your turn is continued most obviously by McNulty and Freeman, but also by Gus and Alma, who are punished for speaking the truth about Scott Templeton. It's a strong ending in terms of thematics, but the number of episodes in Season 5 means that the finale has to cram a lot into a single episode. Though the episode has a runtime of 93 minutes, it still feels rushed with having to wrap up all the remaining plot points. Again, it would have been nice if we'd had more episodes to gradually address all of these issues in a more natural pace. But for what we got, the episode is still very strong. David Simon also has a cameo in this episode. There's a sign that says "Save the Sun" in front of him, and it's right before Scott Templeton runs away like a little bitch. So I'm pretty sure Simon chose this scene as just one last part of his revenge fanfiction against Jim Hayner. Now, that's everything I have to cover in this finale. At this point, I've covered the entire plot of this show in detail. But I know that there are a lot of things I wasn't able to get to in these summaries. Stuff that I would have covered if I had done each episode individually, like the Soprano logs. Well, don't worry. I know what my viewers want. Now we can get to the real important stuff.
Hey, who wants breakfast?
I thought he might be working North Point today. He liked them railroad ships.
No, his wife is having some kind of operation, so he gave back his hours.
Alright, well, it wouldn't be a Kino video without some pointless and trite observations. So, let's take a look at some Easter eggs, references, and behind-the-scenes details. Now, this is by no means a comprehensive list. This is a dense series, and even after 3 rewatches, there are plenty of things I'm sure I missed. But I figured it would be fun to take a break from all this serious analysis and take a look at the fun details they hid throughout the show. In episode 2, the pit crew talks about chicken nuggets, and Dee cynically states that the man who invented the nugget was most likely a stooge who wasn't fairly compensated for his invention. This reflects the way he and other workers on the show are treated, with the lion's share of the profit going to the bosses who don't support them when they need it. It's also very reflective of real-life stories of inventors not being fairly compensated for the magnitude of their contributions.
You want to know how GE rewarded Dr. Hall? A $10 U.S. savings bond.
However, while this does fit thematically in the show, in real life, the inventor of the chicken nugget, Herb Lotman, was extremely wealthy. This is probably in part due to the fact that he worked with McDonald's through his own company, Keystone Foods, rather than as a simple employee. In that way, it's more like a co-op situation. In Season 1, Episode 4, we see the actor who plays Chris Partlow as a bailiff in the courtroom scene. This was of course before he was cast in the role of Chris in Season 3, similar to how Joseph Ganascoli appeared in The Sopranos a season before he was cast as Vito. In Season 1, Episode 5, you can hear the Big Fat Morning Show, which is a real show in Baltimore and would be a plot point in the 4th season. In Season 1, Episode 8, Dee talks about how he feels like he can't breathe due to all the stress he feels from the game. This is of course ironic given how he dies. Also in this episode, we see that Wallace's brother can keep the count but not do math problems for his schoolwork. We'll see the same thing in Season 4, that kids can do math when it's something that's relevant to them. During the East vs. West basketball game, you can see a guy holding a live snake at the game. No idea what this is about, since none of the other characters even seem to look at the guy. I've read some stuff that people carrying exotic pets isn't unheard of in Baltimore, so maybe it's a reference to that, or the extra that they brought in for the scene just happened to have a snake on him. In Season 2, Episode 2, when Spiros meets with Frank, he has an American accent. All throughout the rest of the show, he has a Greek one. Now, the Greeks are known to have different identities, and the Greek himself even says that he isn't actually Greek. However, later on, Spiros is shown talking with Frank in a Greek accent, so this first scene must have been filmed early on before they decided to give him an accent. In Season 2, Episode 11, Nick sleeps with Prissy, a childhood friend of his and Ziggy's. This is the girl Ziggy thought he got pregnant, and Nick said that pretty much every guy on the port has had a turn with her. When he sees what he did in the morning, you can see him look a little disgusted with himself. Also in that episode, you can see David Simon as a reporter in the crowd when Frank is arrested. In Season 3, Episode 4, when Cuddy and his guys are watching their target, Sapper says that he wants the West Unseld jersey their target is wearing. Gerard responds that he should get a Muggsy Bogues jersey instead. Bogues is one of the shortest players in the NBA, standing at 5'3", so this is an insult about Sapper's height. Okay, now this next one is interesting. We get an entire story about a background character told over the course of 3 seasons. In Season 3, Episode 8, we see a white girl named Dee Dee buying drugs in Amsterdam. She's nervous, and we can tell that she's new to this addiction. In Season 4, Episode 8, we see her again as a prostitute in Fat Andre's store. Her addiction has grown worse, and she's now tricking to make money. However, in Season 5, Episode 2, she's in recovery as part of Bubbles' NA group. She talks about her addiction and what it did to her, and it's incredible the layer of detail in the show that we're able to follow her journey across the seasons through these background details. In Season 3, Episode 10, we see Rawls in the background of the gay bar. It's a subtle detail showing us that Rawls has a whole other side to him that we just never get to see on the show. In Season 4, Episode 2, there's a picture of Avon up at Cuddy's gym. Avon specifically stated that he didn't want a photo of himself on display, but maybe it didn't matter once he was locked up. Also, in that same episode, you can see Naaman playing Halo 2. And of course, you know it's Halo 2, because like all video games, the title of the game is visible on screen the entire time you're playing. In Season 4, Episode 7, there's an error. Grace calls Cuddy David when his name is actually Dennis. Also, the actress Dravon James plays both Grace and her junkie sister Queenie. It's a really good transformation, as I had no idea when I first watched the scene. In Season 4, Episode 11, when Carcetti orders the Public Works Department to pick up the abandoned car in the city, you can see that the car they pick up is actually Ziggy's burned up Camaro from Season 2. It's funny to think that it's just been sitting there all these years. In Season 5, Episode 4, you can see Johnny 50, a dock worker from Season 2, is now homeless and living under the bridge. It's a powerful detail that shows us how the decline of the Union and industrial decay has really affected the working class. In Season 5, Episode 5, if you call the number Marlowe gives to his lawyer in this episode, 410-915-0909, it returns a pre-recorded quote from Marlowe. However, I was disappointed to find that it's just dialogue from the show instead of a custom message from Marlowe.
What the fuck you know about what I need on my mind, motherfucker? My name was on the street. So what's up for this shit here? I'm gonna go down in the corner and let the people know. Word did not get back to me.
Also, in that same episode, McNulty's sons are listening to the band Dead Meadow. David Simon's nephew, Jason Simon, is a guitarist and vocalist for the band, so this was a call out for him. Now, that's it for Easter eggs for now, but I'm sure some of you are screaming at me that I forgot about the real-life characters that are a part of the series. Don't worry, I'll be covering that in its own section. But for now, I wanted to cover the prequel shorts, since I don't really have another place to put them. During Season 5, HBO produced 3 short videos to be included in a DVD box set. These videos are prequel shorts for McNulty and Bunk, Prop Joe, and Omar. The first video shows a young Proposition Joe in school. We know from the show that Joe went to Dunbar High School with Irv and Burrell, but this is much earlier. Joe is trying to sell test answers to another kid. Now, there's no indication as to who this kid is, but I like to assume that it's Burrell, as Joe did say he was stupid growing up. The kid ends up shorting Joe, who in turn offers to sell the teacher information about who stole the test answers. This definitely seems in line with the Joe we see on the show, constantly scheming and pitting rivals against each other for his own benefit. The next short shows a young Jimmy McNulty joining the homicide department for the first time. This is about 2 years before the show begins. McNulty is promoted to homicide faster than anyone would expect because he solved a case Ray Cole was working. We'll talk about this in McNulty's section, but the reason he's so effective is because he follows Colvin's philosophy of staying connected with the community, which makes sense given that he came up in the Western under Colvin. He and Bunk then bond over their love of drinking on the job, and we see that a friendship between the two starts to grow, and that will become one of the hallmarks of the series. Finally, the last short is about a young Omar Little. He and his brother No Heart Anthony, along with another older boy, are planning on robbing a man. Omar questions why they would rob a poor man who barely has any money to begin with, and then forces the boy to give back the money at gunpoint. The boy then tells Anthony that Omar doesn't have what it takes for the game. The connections they set up with this short are obvious. Omar's code and how he only robs dealers who have excess money and never civilians gets established here. Also, the fact that Omar has a conscience that does eventually end up getting him killed. And finally, how Omar isn't afraid of confrontation. This is the only time we see No Heart Anthony on the show. In Season 1, Bubbles and McNulty tell Anthony's story about shooting himself in the chest, and how he's doing a prison sentence in Hagerstown. Though Anthony is only a background character for Omar, he does have an important purpose when it comes to setting up the themes of knowing the street, which we'll talk about next time. And that's about it for the prequels. Now, Wendell Pierce, the actor who plays Bunk, did have plans to create a prequel film starring Samuel L. Jackson. The film would have been about Avon and Stringer going to war for control of the towers in their early years, but David Simon wouldn't sign off on it. Now that many of the old casts have passed away, the film will likely never see the light of day. But who knows? Maybe one day it will get the Many Saints of Baltimore treatment. Alright, now that we've covered the plot of the show, let's get into the characters. McNulty, my office, now!
The fuck did I do?
Because, brother, when you were good, you were the best we had.
Like I said before, the main character of the show is Baltimore. But if you had to pick a human character for this role, it would be McNulty. He's the first character to appear on screen, and he's the top-billed actor of the show's cast. And aside from Season 4, he's the most prominently featured character on the series. He's also arguably the series' most dynamic character, not only driving our story forward throughout most of the series, but also going through the most change and growth over the length of the show. So it makes sense to start our look at the characters of the series here.
You put fire to everything you touch, McNulty, then you walk away while it burns. I got nothing more to say to you.
When we start the series, Jimmy McNulty is a homicide detective for Baltimore. He sets off the investigation into the Barksdales in Season 1, and serves as one of the primary investigators of the case. He's what the series describes as natural police, being a talented and dedicated detective.
We're good at this, Lester. In this town, we're as good as it gets.
Natural police.
Fuck yes, natural police.
It's established almost immediately that McNulty does not follow the chain of command, the protocol that says decisions flow from the top down. Instead, McNulty chooses to go behind his bosses' backs and force the decisions that he believes is right. In his mind, getting the right target and solving the case is more important than anything, even his own career.
It's you against the world, is it?
Another thing that sets McNulty apart is his close relationship with the community of Baltimore. McNulty knows the streets intimately, even remembering old cases such as No Heart Anthony, and showing respect to players like Omar and Bodie. Colvin has a speech in the 3rd season about how a cop should know his beat and rely on the community to feed him information. McNulty demonstrates this philosophy when he works, which makes sense as Colvin was his mentor in his early years as a cop.
I heard this where you land. It's pretty boy. I broke his ass in.
But while that sounds noble, his independence is also paired with an extremely toxic personality. He's a functional alcoholic, an absent father, and regularly cheats on the women who give a damn about him. Though he of course cares deeply about his fellow officers, he's also willing to screw them over without a second thought, if it means getting his target.
I'd have gone to the devil himself. Which way you were standing, Lieutenant, had not a fucking thing to do with it.
You piece of shit.
McNulty's obsession with his cases make him one of the best detectives in Baltimore, willing to go above and beyond what is expected of a normal civil servant. He works long hours, spends his own money as part of the investigation, and will generally do whatever it takes to solve the case.
You ever see how a dog gets when he smells a bone buried out in the yard?
Yeah, and I seen one take a shit on my carpet, too.
However, this obsession is what also makes him a terrible person.
Hey, Jimmy, you know something? You're no good for people, man.
McNulty has a strained relationship with his family. His ex-wife Elena hates him for cheating on her with Perlman, and his kids have learned not to expect him to be there for them. This breakdown of all of his relationships is a self-sustaining system. His obsession with his work means he neglects the people closest to him, and when he has no one in his life, he deals with it by throwing himself further into his work.
Lovelorn. Worse. Lonely.
Even McNulty's obsession with justice isn't platonic. He's driven not by a goal of making the city a better place, but by making himself look smarter than everyone around him.
Is that what you think it was? Crusade? Avon Barksdale was just a way for me to show everyone how smart I was and how fucked up the department is, that's all.
McNulty believes he's the greatest detective to ever walk the streets of Baltimore, and he gets a thrill out of proving it, particularly if it makes the bosses look bad in the process.
Jimmy is an addict, sir.
What's he addicted to?
Himself.
He also views the relationship between cops and criminals as a competition. Despite the fact that he says he doesn't take it personally when they manage to beat their charges, he really does. It's why he's so obsessed with Stringer and later Marlowe, because they seemingly beat him at his game and he can't stand it.
Marlowe ain't worth it, man. Nobody is.
Marlowe's an asshole. He does not get to win. We get to win.
There's a scene in Season 5 when McNulty and Kima go to the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit to get a profile on their serial killer. Of course, there is no killer, and McNulty is the one faking the crime scenes. Their analysis of the situation instead serves as a profile on McNulty himself, and they outline the personality problems that drove him into this situation.
He has a problem with authority and a deep-seated resentment of those who he feels have impeded his progress professionally.
Not only does his obsession with being right drive away everyone closest to him, it also allows him to justify his behavior. In his mind, as long as he's chasing the bad guys, he's still a good person, and doesn't have to address his alcoholism or his philandering.
You start to tell the story, you think you're the hero, and then when you get done talking, you...
All of these toxic qualities send McNulty on a path of self-destruction, foreshadowed from the first episode with him on the train tracks. He continues to alienate his closest friends and family until he's left with almost no one.
You just use anyone, won't you?
It's only with the conclusion of the Barksdale case and the sage advice of Lester Freeman that McNulty realizes what's missing in his life.
Hey, a life. A life, Jimmy. You know what that is? It's the shit that happens while you're waiting for moments that never come.
In the fourth season, McNulty quits investigative work and instead moves back to a simple patrol job in the Western District. He also begins a relationship with Beatty Russell. Without the constant pressures of being a detective, McNulty is able to let go of his obsession, and also his toxic qualities. He stops drinking, he stops sleeping around, and he establishes a relationship with his kids and with Beatty's. Of course, in real life, this change was caused by actor Dominic West taking time off from the show to spend with his family. And you could argue that the sudden shift in his personality overnight is unrealistic. We never get any hints that McNulty is struggling at all with being a better person. Instead, the show puts all of his problems as being a result of his work, instead of the multi-layered problem it really is.
Things that make me right for this job, maybe they're the same things that make me wrong for everything else.
This is reinforced again in Season 5 when he relapses into his old ways when he goes back to homicide. Though he not only cheats on Beatty, but also risks their entire future on his crazy illegal scheme, she pretty much accepts him back without a second thought. Now, the show frames this as ultimately a good thing, with McNulty learning his lesson and becoming a good person again. But it just rings a little hollow for a show that always dealt with action and consequences to let McNulty off the hook like that. Now, we should address the real-life inspiration behind McNulty, series creators Ed Burns and David Simon. Burns was a homicide detective who used wiretaps to take down Melvin Williams and Lamont Farmer, the inspirations for Avon Barksdale and Stringer Bell. Burns had to go outside of the chain of command to get the case going, even pushing to get his own unit created for the task. Burns was also a noted maverick in the department, thinking he was smarter than everyone around him, including the bosses. However, Burns himself states that McNulty's personal issues, such as his problems with his wife, were based on Simon's experiences. Simon's first marriage ended in divorce, and of course, Simon also dealt with the problems of bureaucracy at his job as a reporter for the Baltimore Sun. We can of course see this in how he frames McNulty against Templeton in Season 5.
No, I'm a fucking joke. And so are you.
In a way, McNulty is a synthesis of the show's two creators, which makes him the perfect character to center the story around. Through McNulty's ups and downs, we get to experience all of the problems of Baltimore that inspired Burns and Simon to create the show in the first place. And of course, despite all of his problems and his negligible Irish ancestry, you can't help but love the piece of shit.
You're not the run-of-the-mill kind of asshole, are you, Jimmy? You're a special kind of asshole.
I'm special, right?
We can run more than corners, B. Period. We could do like Little Willie, man, back in the day with all that number money. And run this goddamn city.
If McNulty is arguably the main character of the show, then Stringer Bell is arguably the main villain, at least for the seasons he's around. From the first episode, he's set up as the driving force behind the Barksdale organization, and he's the person McNulty wants to get most of all, even more than Avon, the boss of the family.
I did it because it had to be done. Just like it had to be done 2 years ago when we were first detailed. Stringer was the target then, he's still the target now.
For the first 3 seasons of the show, Stringer stands out as one of the most unique characters, not only for his professional approach to drug dealing, but also the cold, heartless way he conducts himself. And as we come to get a better understanding of who the man is, we reveal some of the deeper themes of the series. So let's take a look at Stringer Bell, the businessman.
Now, I want this to run like a true fucking business. Not no front, not no bullshit.
Russell Stringer Bell is the right-hand man of Avon Barksdale, and the number 2 guy of the Barksdale organization. He handles the day-to-day operations of their drug empire, and it's generally assumed that he's more actively running things than Avon himself.
She move any way she want, as far as she want. And she is the go-get-shit-done piece. Remind me of Stringer.
What sets Stringer apart from the rest of the gangsters is his professionalism and his dedication to running things like a business. He not only works hard at his legitimate enterprises like the print shop, but also attends community college classes. Stringer seems genuinely interested in learning, and we even see books like The Wealth of Nations in his apartment. This intellectualism confounds his investigators, who have never seen anything like this from a gangster.
Who the fuck was I chasing?
Stringer even goes so far as to run his meetings with his drug dealers using Robert's Rules of Order, demanding that they behave as if it was a boardroom instead of a street corner.
Yeah, but how we gonna stand?
Yo, she ain't recognize your ass, man.
Stringer dreams of going legitimate, using the money that they make from drug dealing to fund actual businesses like their real estate development. To him, the streets are just a distraction, and he would prefer to insulate themselves and focus on making money. This attitude is at odds with his partner Avon, who only wants to be a gangster and hold his territory. Though they've worked together since they were kids, this difference in goals begins to fracture their relationship, to the point where they can barely relate to each other by the end.
Yeah, forget about that for a while, man. You know, just dream with me.
We ain't got a dream no more, man. We got real shit.
We also see a difference between the two in the way that they deal with conflict. Avon, despite being a fierce warrior, values family and honor. His reputation is more important to him than anything, which is why he's so offended when Stringer violates the long-standing Sunday truce of Baltimore in an effort to kill Omar. Stringer, on the other hand, has no patience for such niceties. To him, honor and tradition mean nothing compared to their business objectives.
They say nothing about no grandma, no church hat, nothing like that. I hear the cocksucker's name, I say go.
On a Sunday morning?
Yo, I don't give a fuck, man. I hear that cocksucker's name, man. I ain't thinking about a church day.
Though he generally avoids conflict, it's not out of the goodness of his heart. It's simply because he's trying to avoid unnecessary expenses and risk. It's business, in the coldest, most calculating way possible.
You know what the difference is between me and you? I bleed red. You bleed green.
Stringer's coldness is further exemplified in the killings he does order. He ends up having Wallace and D'Angelo killed, both simply to eliminate any possibility of their becoming informants.
Where the fuck is Wallace? Huh? String! Look at me! Look at me! Where the fuck is Wallace? Huh?
Now, Stringer's philosophy of treating the game like a business sounds good on paper, and when we're first introduced to him, we're meant to think that his way is the correct one. He comes across as the more reasonable party, in contrast to Avon, who seems to demand conflict. However, problems soon become apparent in trying to treat the drug game as a business. Stringer believes that the dealers of Baltimore can behave like rational actors, an economic theory that states that people will perform a cost-benefit analysis and always do what is in their best interest. To that end, he sets up the Co-op, an alliance between all of the dealers of Baltimore to share territory and product to maximize profit and minimize violence. Again, this is a good idea on paper, and it does help their economic interest. However, Stringer's plan fails to take into account that drug dealers are often not rational. Violence breaks out not only for money, but simply due to the culture of the streets, something he is increasingly unfamiliar with. And while their co-op works with people who are willing to work together, the organization is not prepared to deal with people like Marlowe, who's not interested in money so much as he is power and respect. Stringer's obsession with his business theories and his inability to recognize the threat that Marlowe poses allows him to get the upper hand on the Barksdale organization.
This ain't about your motherfucking business class either. It ain't that part of it. It's that other thing. The street is the street, always.
Now, Stringer's mistakes are of course caused in part by his distance from the streets. However, it's also caused by his arrogance. Perhaps because of his education, Stringer believes he can outsmart anyone. This has particular drawbacks when he deals with people like Omar or Brother Muzone, who can easily see through him.
Now, if he'd have said, man, we ain't paying you, just be happy to live, I'd have been like, all right, they keeping it real. When he said, come on down for $5,000, I'm like, man, please.
This is equally true for his legitimate dealings. Stringer thought that he had the smarts to run with people like Clay Davis, thinking he understood their game. However, he ends up being used by the politicians, who are able to extract massive bribes from him, naively believing that they are working together.
This one time, I had this fella named Bell hooked up on this Howard Street condo thing. Boy, I tell you, we bled that motherfucker.
This arrogance is also what ends up getting Stringer killed, and it's beautifully symbolized by the closing of doors. All throughout the show, we see Stringer ordering doors to be locked.
Hey, yo, lock that door. Hey, yo, lock that door. Yo, you lock that door, right? Lock that door. Shut the door. Shut the door, man.
Straight.
Not now.
It's A-Bar.
Shut the door.
It represents Stringer trying to control his world, just like he does with the drug game. When he tries to control Omar and Muzone and pit them against each other, they discover his manipulations and decide to take him out. When they ambush him in his building, he tries to escape but finds that all the doors are locked. He's ended up trapping himself through his own hubris and machinations, and it's what ends up getting him killed. However, Stringer's greatest sin of all wasn't his arrogance or his heartlessness. It was the fact that he fundamentally didn't understand himself or his place in the world.
You know what? I look at you these days, you know what I see? I see a man without a country. Not hard enough for this right here. And maybe, just maybe, not smart enough for them out there.
Stringer thought he could run the game like a legitimate enterprise, but not only was he too professional to deal with the streets, he was also too ghetto to really be a businessman. When Poot says something he doesn't like, Stringer gets in his face, despite his previous insistence that he run the meeting professionally.
Do the chair know we gonna look like some punk-ass bitches out there?
Motherfucker, I will punk your ass for saying some shit.
Frank.
What?
Poot did have the floor,
Shut the fuck up, man. This nigga too ignorant to have the fucking floor.
And when it becomes clear that Clay Davis has been ripping him off, his instinct is to have him killed, despite the trouble that this would bring down on him. Despite his previous claims to be a businessman first and foremost, when he feels threatened, he has no other recourse but to act like a gangster. Overall, Stringer is caught between two worlds. His methods were too idealistic to deal with the realities of drug dealing, and his hood upbringing prevented him from ever really fitting in the corporate world. There's a scene where he gets an A- on his economics paper for his college class, showing that he was so close to his dream, but just not quite there. Stringer's delusions about himself are contrasted on the show with D'Angelo. All throughout the series, D was in conflict with Stringer. He rages against Stringer having Wallace killed, seeing him for the monster he truly was. And not only does Stringer have D killed, he even steals his girl from him. But D'Angelo demonstrates an understanding about who he is that Stringer just does not have. In the second season, D attends a book club in prison. They discuss The Great Gatsby and how the story applies to their lives. D believes that the lesson from Gatsby is that you cannot just reinvent yourself, and that your past will always be a part of you.
He's saying that the past is always with us. And where we come from, what we go through, how we go through it, all this shit matters.
There are many parallels between Gatsby and Stringer. Both men tried to throw away their pasts and forge new identities as legitimate businessmen. They both had a dream of a perfect future, but their dreams are what ends up destroying them. Now, that's not to say that no one can ever reform. That's the central theme of the third season, and we do see people like Cuddy manage to break away from their past. But Cuddy is honest about himself and realizes that he has to completely walk away from the game to change. Stringer, on the other hand, tried to have both, and in doing so managed to have neither. In the end, we realize that Avon's way was the right one. He understands who he is as a gangster and doesn't try to be anything more than that. It's why he's still a king at the end, even from prison. Because, as we'll explore in the next part, Baltimore doesn't just discourage anyone from trying to move beyond their circle. It actively crushes them.
You know, the worst thing about this so-called drug war, to my mind, it ruined this job.
Of all the characters on The Wire, Colvin is my personal favorite. The show is full of people doing whatever it takes to serve their own interests, including our quote-unquote heroes like McNulty. But Colvin is genuinely a great man, always trying to do what's right and being punished for it by the system. But even though his story can at times feel like a warning that no good deed goes unpunished, I believe it's really about how we as a society can help each other. Howard Colvin is a major in command of the Western District of Baltimore. His nickname is Bunny, but only his friends are allowed to call him that.
Only my friends call me Bunny.
Yeah, but why?
You don't need to know. And if you tell anybody, I'll cut your balls off.
Though he only becomes a prominent character in the third season onward, he's actually introduced in the second season episode, Stray Rounds. When I was watching the series for the first time and posting my reactions, I actually correctly guessed from his appearance that he would be a major character on the show. I don't know what his name is or what his rank is, but they have this like commander or something like that, this high-ranking police officer come down there, and I don't know what it is, but it kind of just seemed like he's going to be a character moving forward. I don't know why I noticed that. Like, there's not too many like scenes with him, but it just seemed like, I don't know, he just had this air like, oh, okay, this character is going to stick around. During this episode, he's called in to mass arrest drug dealers following the fatal shooting of a 9-year-old boy. From his first introduction, he complains about the drug war and the ineffective way the police are fighting it. It's clear even this early on that the writers knew what his storyline would be for the next season.
Fucking pointless.
Hey, we jack up enough shitbirds, this case can fall.
I ain't talking about that. I know the drill. I'm talking about this whole mess. We're chasing this shit from one corner to the next like it's a plan.
In the third season, Colvin is a major character and the instigator behind the season's main conflict. As he approaches retirement, he reflects on his career and how little of an impact he's had on crime in the city. Though he has a cushy job lined up for himself, he can't help but think that his legacy as a cop will be the continuation of the drug war, something he absolutely hates. He decides to do something radical and effectively legalizes drugs in designated areas in his district, which come to be known as Amsterdam. This not only contains the violence and allows his officers to focus on the community, it also provides an opportunity for social workers to start treating addicts. Though the solution is not perfect, it's clear that this is the start of something good for Baltimore. However, the issue gets weaponized by Carcetti in his campaign for mayor, despite his personal promises to Colvin himself. Royce is forced to shut the project down, and Colvin is thrown under the bus. He ends up being screwed out of his next job and his retirement, the very thing he thought kept him safe during this whole experiment.
You're out. Today. At the lower grade. That's against the goddamn contract.
What part of Bendover didn't you understand?
As I stated before, the central theme of the third season is reformation, both for the characters and the institutions of Baltimore. Colvin tried to reform the police system, to make it work for the good of the people instead of continuing a drug war that only benefited the ones fighting it. However, like all the people that tried to fight the establishment, he ends up beaten down like a nail out of place. There's a reason I put this section right after Stringer's. There are many parallels between the two men. Stringer even says the reason he chose to give his information to Colvin specifically is because of Amsterdam.
That's because you was behind that made me come to you with this. Look like you and me both trying to make sense of this game.
Both men tried to change the systems around them, and in both cases, it ends up being their downfall. In fact, Stringer's last line before he dies is the same line Colvin says right before he's fired from the police.
Well, get on with it, motherfucker.
Not much you can say, is there? Not the real police.
Get on with it, motherfucker.
Excuse me, Major?
Both men also have an impact on their worlds even after they're gone. Right before he's killed, Stringer rats out Avon, effectively destroying their organization in an attempt to save his own dream. In Colvin's case, however, it's a positive effect. Right before the shit hits the fan with Amsterdam, Colvin delivers a speech to Carver about the drug war and what it really means to be a police.
This drug thing, this ain't police work. No, it ain't.
I mentioned before that this speech is one of the most important in the entire series. Not only is it a strong critique of the drug war, something David Simon was passionate about, it's also a wake-up call for Carver. Though certainly not the worst cop in the series, in the early seasons, Carver was not really concerned with the community, only in advancing his own career. However, after getting this talk from Colvin, he completely changes his outlook. In the 4th and 5th seasons, Carver is active in the community, knowing the people, and in turn being a better cop because of it.
I don't need to chase these fucking knuckleheads. I know half of them. Shit, I know where they hang.
Also, unlike Stringer, Colvin gets another chance at change. In the 4th season, Colvin joins an academic study that's trying to solve the institutional problems of the school system. Just like before, he tries to go against the status quo and actually address the needs of the corner kids. He's able to do this because he understands the community and the realities of their world.
I expect them to be students.
But it's not about you or us, or the test or the system. It's what they expected themselves.
His new curriculum ends up making a difference in some of these kids' lives, and improves the classroom these kids were wrecking. However, just like before, the system isn't interested in actual change. They're only concerned with appearing as though they're doing their jobs, and Colvin's methods, while effective, don't send the right message politically. They end up shutting his program down, and he laments that no matter what he does, he can never affect any real change in the city.
Seems like every time I put my mouth in this town, I'm telling people something they don't want to know.
This storyline is of course inspired by Ed Burns' experience with the school systems of Baltimore. He worked as a teacher after retiring from the force, and both Colvin's storyline and Przybylewski's are based on his time dealing with the dysfunctionality of the inner city school system.
I've been here before.
Wherever you go, there you are.
However, despite all of this, Colvin does manage to make one small difference. After recognizing the good in Name and Bryce, he's able to convince Weebay to allow him to adopt him. He does this by talking to him as a human being, and demonstrating that despite being on opposite ends of the law, he is aware that they are effectively the same, just like pieces on a chessboard.
Who got the liquor license at Over the Underground, or what corner Tatum Man got shot on when it come out the Musical Loud back in '88?
Division and gold.
Though he failed to change the school system just like he failed to reform the police, he manages to save one boy from a life in the streets. It reminds me of the quote from the Talmud, "Whoever saves one life saves the world entire." None of us can change everything we would like to in this world, but we can have an effect on the things directly around us. Colvin was able to make a difference in one life, and in doing so, will have ripples far beyond what he could accomplish himself. Maybe Naaman will become a force for good in the world, just like we see during his debate. Or he might become another corrupt politician. There's evidence that he'll become a new Clay Davis, just like Michael became the new Omar and Dookie became the new Bubbles.
You think I have time to ask a man why he giving me money or where he gets his money from? I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
Well, I don't want to know. That ain't shit. I'll take any motherfucking money if he giving it away now.
The show leaves open the question of whether Colvin's actions had a positive effect or not. The same goes for Amsterdam itself, which I've stated was not a perfect solution. But in the end, I don't think it matters. Just like in real life, we can never know if what we do is truly for the greater good or not. It's about trying our best and dealing with the results. Colvin did what he thought was right, regardless of the consequences to him personally. It's one of the few hopeful messages in the series, and it's why in a show with so many incredible storylines, Bunny Colvin's is my personal favorite.
Like I just did what I did. Felt right. I'm fine with that.
And that defeat should not and cannot and will not be forgiven.
Of all the characters on the show, Aidan Gillen plays the most scheming and conniving one of all. He manipulates everyone around him, putting on a facade of helpfulness while secretly working toward his own ends. Serving as the master of coin for King Robert, he actually orchestrates the War of the Five Kings so that he can rise to power as the king of... Oh, no, wait. Sorry, I'm thinking of Littlefinger from Game of Thrones.
Chaos is a ladder.
Alright, jokes aside, people love to compare Carcetti to Littlefinger. And on the surface, there are many similarities. Both men are schemers trying to rise up the ranks politically, and both end up causing problems for the people that they're supposed to be protecting. However, in reality, Carcetti is a much more complicated character than just that. Through his journey, we not only see the corruption of politics, but how and why men, with even the best of intentions, end up doing things that they would have never planned.
It's Baltimore. No one lives forever.
Thomas Carcetti is the central political character of the show. When we're introduced to him in the third season, he's a city councilman in charge of the public safety subcommittee. He's able to convince Burrell into providing him information about how Mayor Royce abuses the police department, and with this information, Carcetti decides that he can make a run for the office.
I can do this. Question is, are you gonna come with me?
Though the odds are stacked against him as a white man running in a majority black city, Carcetti is able to make headway by promising to address the ever-growing crime rate of the city. Royce is not interested in actually addressing the problems of the city, only in keeping power for himself. There's a great scene that highlights this, with Royce shaving to appear younger and more attractive to voters. Carcetti, on the other hand, is actually out in the streets, talking with voters and showing that he's focused on actual results instead of just appearances. This difference eventually pays off, with Carcetti unexpectedly winning the election. He has big plans for Baltimore, starting with giving the police more resources to fight crime. He even identifies Daniels as the man to lead this new change, someone we as the audience are overjoyed to finally see get the recognition that he's due. It seems like a new day for Baltimore, and that change is finally coming.
Sounds like a new day, don't it? Department's finally gonna get what it needs. State's Attorney's Office, too.
A new day.
However, this new day never comes to pass. While he was just elected mayor, he actually has even higher ambitions to run for governor in a few years. However, budget issues with the school system forced Carcetti into a difficult position. Taking a bailout would save the schools and the police department, but would also ruin his chances of running for governor. In the end, he decides to prioritize his political career and guts the police department to fund the schools.
2 years from now, if you're governor, you can help the city from Annapolis.
Carcetti tells himself and others that he'll be able to help the city once he becomes governor. However, we know this is a lie, and that once he gets there, he will have even more ambition that will take priority. At the end, Carcetti even forces the police to juke the stats again, something he once adamantly fought against. It's easy to hate Carcetti after this. Not only does he turn out to be the same kind of self-serving politician as Royce, it's even worse since he actively betrays people he made promises to, like Daniels and Colvin. It can make you think that the message of the show is that all politicians are scumbags, an idea that many people believe already.
Well, I am, God forgive me, a politician.
However, I don't think that's the moral of Carcetti's story. After all, we follow him from the beginning, even before he has any real power. He didn't start out planning to do whatever was best for him. He was genuine in his desire to help the city, and it wasn't just an act. There's a great example of this when he goes against the kind of racist generalizations of the other white politicians he's friends with.
Come on, I've been hearing all that my poor immigrant father made its way into blacks bullshit my whole life. You think there's not good people on the West Side who want the same things that you...
Okay, Mrs. Roosevelt.
All I'm saying is it's not about color.
However, that's the thing with politics. You have to do things you may not want to do in order to win votes. There's another scene later where he talks with one of his voters who's a deep racist. It's clear that it bothers Carcetti, but he has to accept it because he needs the votes.
Mooly?
Mooly.
He said that in front of you.
He made a point of it, in fact.
You're the one said I ought to shore up my base.
You didn't call him on it.
The ironies of democracy.
If you haven't seen it, I'd recommend CGP Gray's video, Rules for Rulers. It outlines the systems that force leaders to do things against their followers' interests in order to maintain their own power. Politicians are beholden to these forces, no matter their personal feelings, else they lose their positions to someone else. The former mayor of Baltimore tells Carcetti this himself.
And you know what, Tommy? That's what it is. You're sitting eating shit all day long, day after day, year after year.
With this understanding in mind, we can not only have sympathy for Carcetti, but others like Burrell. From the first season, Burrell is portrayed as the villainous boss of the police department, actively hurting investigations for his own benefit. However, in the third and fourth seasons, we see that he's just a pawn himself for the mayors who use him and the department for their own interests. He even repeats the idea that the commissioner's job is to just obey the whims of politicians.
You might think it'll be different when you sit here, but it won't. You will eat their shit.
Now, I'm not saying that no one can ever have integrity or choose the greater good over their own benefit. Nor am I saying that every politician should be forgiven for not doing their jobs. But the message of the show is clear that the forces that drive these characters are more than just their personal convictions. There are systems at play that control our lives much more than we would like to admit. All of us are beholden to powers, whether we realize it or not. Just like all the other characters, Carcetti is just another piece on the chessboard. He has dreams and ambitions, but forces move him in directions he probably wouldn't have wanted. And, in the end, it's all in the game. So, while it would be easy to write Carcetti off as just another Littlefinger type, the reality is that he's much more than that. In reality, he's actually CIA.
No way. After what I've been through to toss him out of the plane, now you want me to pretty up the man's parachute?
Or perhaps he's wondering why someone would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane.
I mean, don't get it twisted. I do some dirt too, but I ain't never put my gun on nobody who wasn't in the game.
A man must have a code.
Oh, no doubt.
Without any doubt at all, Omar is the breakout character of the series. He is consistently ranked as the fan favorite, and his distinct scar and personal code of honor has become the most iconic part of the show. Even the former president of the United States loves Omar.
Omar's, by the way, my favorite character.
And it's not hard to understand why. The Wire is a show that tries to combat the usual television bullshit when it comes to cop shows. Yet here comes a character who seems more like a classic Western gunslinger than a criminal. Drug dealers run when they hear his trademark whistle, just like harmonica in Once Upon a Time in the West. In fact, David Simon has stated that he modeled Omar's iconic duster after westerns like The Wild Bunch, which is one of his favorite movies. And not only is Omar a total badass, he's also an openly gay man in a culture that hates and reviles that kind of thing. This nonchalance to what other people think of him not only aggravates the powerful men he robs, it also sets him apart from all the other characters who are desperately trying to fit into the cultures of their worlds. In short, Omar comes the closest to feeling like an actual television character, grandiose, larger than life, but bordering on the unrealistic. Some people, both viewers of the show and even characters within the show, go so far as to make him out to be more of a mythological figure. Is he really just a man, or does he represent something more than that? Let's take a look at Omar, a man with a code.
Yo, son, come on. Yo, Omar coming, man. Oh, shit!
Omar Little is a stick-up boy introduced in the first season. He makes his living by robbing drug dealers, a profession that's obviously extremely dangerous. However, Omar has such a fierce reputation that dealers often give up their stash the second they see him, rather than face his wrath. All he has to do is whistle his iconic "Farmer in the Dell," and everyone in the streets immediately knows what's going to happen. Omar is so well known to the locals that he doesn't even need to carry a gun. His reputation is armor enough that people steer clear of him, giving him an air of invincibility.
Omar with no gun on the street? Must be a first. Yeah, sometimes who you are is enough, dawg.
Omar makes it a point of going up against the strongest drug lords the city has to offer. Not only because they have the most money and drugs for him to steal, but also for the challenge of it. He believes it keeps him strong and prepared to deal with the dangers of his life.
It ain't what you taking, it's who you taking it from, you feel me? How you expect to run with the wolves come night when you spend all day spunking with the puppies?
However, while Omar can at times seem like a superhuman character, his success as a stick-up artist is due to careful planning. He spends hours staking out a stash, planning and making sure there are no mistakes that could cost him his life. This is the same philosophy that Marlowe's crew uses as well, which is why they're so successful.
That's why I show up to a job an hour before, sometimes two. Don't want nobody setting up on me while I'm setting up on them.
However, the most incredible thing about Omar isn't his ability to rob drug dealers. It's the fact that he actually has a moral code. Omar believes that everyone involved in the drug game knows the risk, and thus are free targets when it comes to being robbed or killed. However, he refuses to rob civilians as they're not involved in the game.
Hey, look, I ain't never put my gun on no citizen.
This code not only guides Omar's actions, it also frees him from other less noble rules that many other characters live their lives by. For example, many characters in the game believe in the age-old rule that says you can never snitch to the police. But we see from characters like D'Angelo that this rule is more about protecting the kingpins in power than actually benefiting those who refuse to cooperate. Omar doesn't have to follow this rule because he has a higher code of honor he lives by. He's willing to provide the police with information and even lie to a grand jury because he knows Bird is guilty of killing people not involved in the game, something he finds immoral. He lives by his own code, not anybody else's. Omar is based on several real Baltimore stick-up men, including Anthony Hawley, Ferdinand Harvin, and Shorty Boyd. You'll remember that last name, as he's referenced by Slim Charles in Season 3.
What about Shorty Boyd?
Shorty Boyd when it cleans his old act up.
Anthony Hawley was the inspiration behind much of Omar's personality, such as his gentle nature and the fact that he doesn't curse. Also, the story of Omar being attacked with his grandmother on a Sunday morning comes from Anthony. Many of these men were also willing to provide information to the police, as they viewed it as the right thing to do for their community. Years before The Wire, David Simon wrote a prototype of the Omar character in an episode of NYPD Blue. The character's name was Ferdinand Hawley, an obvious reference to Anthony Hawley and Ferdinand Harvin. This character, who's actually played by Giancarlo Esposito, funny enough, is a stick-up artist who follows his own personal code of honor and is willing to work with the police. However, the biggest inspiration for the character is a man named Donnie Andrews. He was a real stick-up artist who robbed and murdered drug dealers for years in Baltimore. He eventually turned himself in out of principle, served his time, and became a reformed member of his community. He actually appeared on the show as one of the men Butchie sends to protect Omar. Fun fact, some people thought that Omar jumping out of the 4-story window and surviving was unrealistic. However, Donnie actually did that in real life and actually jumped out of 1 story higher than Omar did on the show. Omar is like an urban Robin Hood. Not only does he steal from the rich drug lords like Avon and Marlowe, he supports people in the community with the money. This morality makes him come off as a hero, not only to us in the audience, but even characters on the show who respect his code of honor.
So the point is, Omar, while we're all grateful for the case you gave us on Bird, and we all have a certain admiration for your do-it-yourself nature,
We need you to hang back.
However, as tempting as it can be to glorify Omar, the show makes it clear that he too is part of the growing violence problem in Baltimore. After Tasha is killed in a failed raid, Bunk sees young children imitating Omar, and he knows that when they grow up, they will follow in his footsteps.
And out where that girl fell, I saw kids acting like Omar, calling you by name, glorifying your ass. Makes me sick, motherfucker, how far we done fell.
Speaking of kids, it's incredibly appropriate how Omar meets his end. I mentioned earlier how he felt about sparring with the puppies, viewing it as too easy. Throughout the series, Omar estimates the young kids of Baltimore, which proves to be a mistake. When he sees Michael approaching Marlowe in the courtyard, he doesn't think anything about it because of Michael's age.
He's just a kid.
This underestimation comes back to bite him when he tries to ambush Monk. Michael is one of the people in the apartment who gets the drop on him, forcing him out of the window. He later doesn't recognize Michael as one of his assailants, again probably because he views him as just a child.
Shit, man. If you would've made me from Monk's apartment the other night, I might be laid out my own self.
It's ironic then that Michael is the one to succeed Omar and take the mantle of the neighborhood stick-up boy after he's gone. However, it makes sense, as the two characters are very similar. Both are headstrong and intelligent, motivated to not just follow orders, but think for themselves. They're too smart to just be foot soldiers, and instead go on their own path.
But it's how you carry yourself. Always apart, always acting wild, when you should be doing what you told. You was never one of us. You never could be.
Of course, Omar's biggest mistake of all was letting his guard down and getting shot by Kennard. If you look closely, you'll see Omar notice Kennard entering the store, but he doesn't pay him any mind, thinking a kid isn't a threat to him.
Let me get one of them too.
I've seen people saying that Kennard is a psychopath, and that's why he killed Omar. After all, when Omar walks by, he's trying to set a cat on fire. However, I don't think that's the message of the show. I think Kennard is just another kid from the corner who grew up surrounded by violence. It's what Bunk was talking about when he lectured Omar about his effect on the community, and in fact, Kennard was the actual kid who was playing Omar in the street. The kid saw an opportunity to do the violence he's been seeing all his life and took it. In fact, he looks surprised when Omar actually dies, like he didn't believe what he was doing was possible. Omar's death is of course shocking, and, if we're being honest, anticlimactic. We're expecting a big confrontation between him and Marlowe, whom he's been hunting all season. But the show doesn't give us what we want deliberately. Throughout the run of the show, Omar becomes a legend both in the universe of the show and in the real world to the viewers. The writers of the show noticed how many viewers, particularly younger ones, cheered for Omar and thought that he did nothing wrong. They decided to combat this with not only the conversation with Bunk, but also by highlighting how inconsequential Omar is outside of his world. After his death, no one mourns him, even the other characters he's worked with over the years. He doesn't get a big funeral send-off or anything like that. To us, the viewers, it can seem a little insulting. We've come to love this man, and he was just killed without any fanfare. There's a reason Omar's death is given so little fanfare. To us, he's this larger-than-life character, and his death is one of the biggest tragedies of the series. But in the city of Baltimore, his death is just another statistic. There's a scene later in the episode where he dies, where the Baltimore Sun decides not to report on his death because it's just not newsworthy.
A 34-year-old black male shot dead in West Baltimore grocery. Juvenile suspect is being sought.
Right up the fire. Scratch the murder went on a room.
However, Omar does get one final victory posthumously. After his death, the story of how he died gets spread around the city as an urban legend. The story keeps getting bigger and bigger, with Omar becoming an almost mythological figure on the corners. And this status as a legend is ironic given his rivalry with Marlowe. All throughout the series, more than anything, Marlowe wanted his name respected on the streets. However, before he died, Omar made it a point to call Marlowe a punk. Chris kept this information from Marlowe to keep him from going to war over the issue, but with Omar dead, Marlowe now has no way to prove him wrong and defend his reputation.
Let him know Marlowe stepped to any motherfucker, Omar, Barksdale, whoever. My name is my name.
In his final scene, after having been forced to retire from the game, Marlowe returns to the corners, where he desperately wants to be. However, the corners don't recognize him anymore, and are instead discussing the legend of Omar. In death, Omar gains the one thing Marlowe wanted above all else, and this is his final victory over Marlowe. But as we've seen, Omar isn't a mythological figure. He's a man, and never claimed to be anything more than that. He's driven by his personal code of honor, and a desire to protect those he loves. He makes mistakes that end up hurting those people and costing him his life. And in the end, he's unmourned for the man he was, and only remembered for what people wanted him to be.
Everybody want to believe the worst about Omar.
I think how we view Omar as a character says more about ourselves than him. If he's a legend, it's because we wanted a legend to believe in. And if he's a menace to society, well, it's because we created a society that allowed someone like him to exist.
I got the shotgun. You got the briefcase. It's on the game though, right?
You know who I am?
Hey, Bub.
Bubs. Bubbles.
What's up, Bubbles?
I'm a grateful addict.
In a show with as many amazing characters as The Wire had, it can be easy to forget about Bubbles. In fact, when I did my reaction series, people pointed out I often forgot to talk about Bubbles' story. Though he's been a part of the plot since the pilot episode, he's often served as the comic relief of the series, and it's easy to forget about his storyline when compared to the much more dramatic moments of the show. However, there's a reason I chose to end the characters section with Bubbles. Though he's a comical character, he goes through some of the deepest and most realistic tragedies of the series. And in a show as bleak and hopeless as The Wire, he's one of the few characters that actually gets a happy ending. So let's end these character videos on a positive note, and take a look at Bubbles, everyone's favorite junkie.
There's something about this guy. I mean, he's just... I don't know, the more he talked, the more I felt like it was him I really wanted to write about.
Reginald Cousins, known by his nickname Bubbles or Bubs, is a heroin addict living in the streets of Baltimore. However, despite his addiction, Bubbles is a sweet and caring person, never interested in hurting anyone but himself. There's a scene where he reluctantly goes along with his friend's plan to threaten a working man on a ladder and scam him out of some money. Bubbles doesn't like this approach, and leaves his partner after this, preferring to earn his high with work that doesn't hurt anyone else. I'll talk about this more in a later section, but Bubbles reminds me of Gary McCullough from The Corner, the book/miniseries that serves as a kind of predecessor to The Wire. Like Gary, Bubbles is a deeply intelligent and mostly honest addict. He differentiates between capers and crimes. A caper is a way to make money that doesn't involve hurting anyone, like when they steal copper pipes and sell it back to the company they stole it from. Also, like Gary, he's an incredibly hardworking individual, only in his case, he works hard to get high. He's constantly coming up with ways to earn money, including running a mobile store in the streets. Bubbles also states that he's held multiple jobs over the years.
Me, I've been working since I was a kid.
Yeah? What's your resume read like, Bubs? Just curious.
Well, I ain't claiming no payroll job, Kimo. But it's been a while since I punched the clock.
Bubbles is also very streetwise. He knows how to survive on the corners, and he knows all of the local players in the city. This information proves invaluable to the police, whom Bubbles provides information to in exchange for money or protection. Bubbles also takes younger drug addicts under his wing, trying to school them and keep them safe. His first protege is Johnny Weeks, an inexperienced addict who gets in way over his head. In the pilot episode, after he's badly beaten by the Barksdales, Bubbles provides information in revenge that helps set off the season-long investigation.
Yeah, them hoppers that beat you down, they got problems now. Yeah, them many people that sling for even.
What?
I put the police on their ass.
Though Johnny recovers from the beating, he descends further and further into drugs, even worse than Bubs, who has a general control over his addiction. Johnny eventually overdoses on the easy-to-acquire heroin in Amsterdam, something Bubbles warned him could happen if he wasn't careful.
No, man, you won't fall out, man, slamming shit like that one of these days, boy.
After Johnny's death, Bubbles takes a new kid, Sherrod, under his wing. Telling him that he needs to have math skills if he's going to hustle in the streets, he forces him to go back to school. However, Sherrod isn't ready to deal with the grade that they advance him to, and this creates a rift between him and Bubs. Eventually, they patch things up, but Sherrod accidentally takes the poison drugs Bubbles was going to use against his bully. Finding him dead, Bubbles is overcome with guilt. He tries to turn himself in for the death, and even tries to hang himself. In an unexpected moment of compassion, Landsman has him sent to a psych ward instead of prison.
Sad-ass motherfucker's carrying more weight than we'll ever put on him.
What about the clearance?
Fuck the clearance.
Now, Bubbles' nurturing of younger addicts is of course a part of his good nature. However, there's more to it than that. It's made clear throughout the series that Bubbles does not enjoy being an addict, not in the way that others do. He never loses himself entirely into drugs like Johnny does. Bubbles needs to get high, but at his core he feels guilty about his addiction and yearns for something more in life. In this way, him being a mentor to these kids is a way for him to do something meaningful with his life. It's the same thing we see Cuddy do after he leaves the game. However, in Bubbles' case, he uses the good he does to justify his addiction and convince himself that he doesn't need to change.
Like I ain't know who I am, right? Like I'm pretending I ain't been a dope fiend my whole damn life.
Over the course of the show, Bubbles makes multiple attempts to get sober. The first time is in season 1. He does manage to clean up, but the stress of Kimo's shooting and the pressure from the police push him back onto the drugs. The next attempt is in the 5th season, after Sherrod dies. Though Bubbles has gotten sober, he's still holding on to the guilt he feels over Sherrod's death. His sponsor Waylon urges him to talk about his feelings, as if he keeps it inside of him, it will inevitably lead to another relapse.
You gotta let it out to let it go. I'm your sponsor and I'm telling you, you gotta get out of your head.
Eventually, Bubbles is convinced to share his pain, not only with his Narcotics Anonymous group, but also as a story in the Baltimore Sun. This opening up proves to be the key to his redemption, both emotionally and in reality. You see, every time Bubbles has attempted to get sober, he stays in his sister's basement. She refuses to let him upstairs, as he's stolen from her multiple times over the years whenever she trusted him.
I'm your brother, Ray. I gotta know where to go when I leave here.
Last time I left you alone in my home, you dragged half my kitchen to a pawn shop. You remember that?
However, in the final episode, after reading about his struggles in the newspaper, his sister finally allows him upstairs, demonstrating her renewed trust in him. There's a great deal that demonstrates the validity of his recovery this time. In the first season, Bubbles schools Sydnor about going undercover, saying that you can always tell an addict by his shoes.
You wanna know if a fiend for real? Check the bottom of his shoes.
However, in the final episode, we see that his shoes are clean, showing that he's fully left the drugs and a corner life behind him. Like I said at the beginning, this is one of the true happy endings of the series. The Wire's primary theme is the dysfunction of society, and it presents a world where change is almost impossible. Countless times we've seen people chewed up by the systems of Baltimore, and even those that survive are usually in a worse place than when they started. You would of course think that Bubbles would be no different, and would suffer the same fate that we expect from every drug addict. But the show chooses to highlight with Bubbles that redemption is possible, no matter how far you've gone. Though of course difficult, and with a lot of scars along the way, people can change their lives. It's a great message to end the show on, and a reminder that no matter how bad things get, we can't give up trying to make it better one day at a time.
Ain't no shame in holding on to grief. As long as you make room for other things too.
I swear to God, you show me the son of a bitch that can fix this police department, I get back half my overtime.
Like I said before, Bubbles is the last character that I'm going to cover directly. Now, I know what a lot of you are probably saying. What about Avon, Bunk, Kima, Herc, Prez, and all the other great characters of the show? There is easily enough material to make videos on each of these characters in turn. But I have to cut it off somewhere if we're ever going to finish this series, and I picked a handful of characters to spotlight that I thought best represented the themes of the series. However, I did want to talk about the real people of Baltimore that were featured on the show. Often serving as extras or in some cases major roles, many real-life figures appeared on the show. And their appearance isn't just a neat trivia fact. The inclusion of the real people who are a part of the story the show is trying to tell elevates the show beyond just being another television drama. As with my Easter egg section, this is definitely not a comprehensive list. These are just the major figures that I was able to find, but I'm sure there are many that I missed, not to mention all the regular people of Baltimore who made up the entirety of the background extras. Shout out to all you unnamed contributors. You helped make the show what it is. The first person I want to bring up is Jay Landsman. No, not that Jay Landsman. That Jay Landsman. You see, Jay is a real Baltimore City cop. He's mentioned in the Homicide book, and they created a fictional version of the man for the show. The real Jay auditioned for the part of his own character, but they ended up going with Delaney Williams, who, ironically, was considered a better fit for the role of Jay Landsman than the real Jay Landsman. This apparently annoyed the man to no end, who appeared on the show as Lieutenant Dennis Mello instead.
They brought Jay Landsman in to read for the role of Jay Landsman, but they ended up having to let him go because he wasn't a good enough Jay Landsman. I'm sure he takes exception to that.
By the way, the real Jay Landsman is also the inspiration behind the character of John Munch from Homicide: Life on the Street. Munch would later famously move over to Law & Order SVU, connecting the two shows' continuity. Munch also has a cameo appearance in the 5th season, implying that Homicide is also in the same universe as The Wire. He would also appear on a bunch of other shows as the character of Munch, and he's one of the central linchpins of the whole all television is connected theory. The next case I want to talk about is Oscar Requer, also known as Rick. Rick was a homicide detective also featured in David Simon's book. He serves as the inspiration behind Bunk Moreland, who based some of the character's personality on Rick.
But there is a real Bunk in Baltimore.
Please tell the story.
Oscar Requer.
Now, there is a character named Oscar Requer in the 5th season, although he's not actually played by the real Oscar. Instead, he's played by actor Roscoe Orman, most known for his role on Sesame Street.
This show contains adult content and is brought to you by the letter H.
Some poor bastard got his head blown off down at a place called Hooper's.
While we're on the topic of people featured in the Homicide novel, we should talk about Gary Diodario, who is the shift leader that David Simon shadowed for the book. He plays the corrupt state's attorney, Gary D. Pasquale.
I always wondered if they'd get their shit together. But that's Baltimore, isn't it?
Another callout from the book is Edward Tillman Middle School. This is more of a reference, but the school is named after former police commissioner Edward Tillman, who gave David Simon access to the police department for his book. He died before the release of the book, so this is David Simon honoring his memory. However, perhaps the most interesting case of a real cop featured on the show is Ed Norris, who plays the fictional detective based on himself. Norris is the former police commissioner of Baltimore, who was appointed by Mayor Martin O'Malley, who we'll talk about in a little bit. He was actually the commissioner when he filmed the scene I showed at the beginning. However, he would later be appointed as state police superintendent by Governor Bob Ehrlich, similar to Rawls on the show. Norris was later convicted of a number of corruption charges. One of these was for lying on a mortgage application, which is where they got the inspiration for the Clay Davis case. Norris maintains that his conviction was politically motivated by falling out of favor with O'Malley. I have no idea the truth about that, but for what it's worth, Norris was considered a good commissioner, cleaning up the department like Daniels wanted to do. David Simon also believed in him, and even wrote the foreword to his book.
Americans are stupid people by and large. We pretty much believe whatever we're told.
Next up, let's talk about the Deacon. He's played by Melvin Williams, also known as Little Melvin. He was a drug lord in Baltimore, and is actually the inspiration behind Avon Barksdale. Melvin was actually investigated by series creator Ed Burns, and the first season is a fictionalized version of the wiretap investigation that he led. David Simon covered his story while he was at the Baltimore Sun, which is where he and Burns met, which means Melvin is responsible for the show in more ways than one. After serving his time in prison, Melvin reformed and became a community activist. The Deacon character is a representation of who the man became, which is very fitting considering he helps other characters like Cuddy and Colvin find redemption as well.
A good church man is always up in everybody's shit. That's how we do.
Now, I already talked about how Donnie Andrews was the inspiration behind Omar, and also appeared on the show as one of his supporters in the 4th and 5th seasons. However, the most interesting thing of all is that Donnie ended up marrying Fran Boyd, whose story we will cover when we get to the corner. The two met through David Simon, who featured both their lives in his works. Again, these are real people, but to me, it's like if two characters from my favorite shows ended up actually getting married. Speaking of the corner, DeAndre McCullough, another person featured in the book, also appears on The Wire. He's Brother Mouzone's assistant Lamar. Also, he actually appears in the Corner miniseries. He plays a cop who arrests the fictional DeAndre of the miniseries, played by Sean Nelson, which, funny enough, is like he's arresting himself. Finally, from the corner, I want to talk about Patrolman Bob Brown. In the book, he's a zealous cop who ruthlessly enforces the law on the streets. Now, there's a character on The Wire named Bobby Brown, which I'm sure is a reference to the real man. What's really funny though, is that the actor who plays him is named Bobby J. Brown, apparently no relation. This Bobby J. Brown also played a cop in the Corner miniseries. However, the cop he played was not the fictionalized Bob Brown of the show, who is played by actor Brian O'Neill. The real actual Bob Brown also had a cameo in that miniseries. Now, if you're absolutely confused about what I just said, don't worry, so am I.
Hey, any of y'all know Bob Brown?
Yeah, what about him?
He be snatching up bodies every day.
You want to say hi to Bob Brown?
Nah, that wouldn't be necessary.
Next up, let's talk about Felicia Snoop Pearson. She's played by, well, Felicia Snoop Pearson. You see, Snoop is a former Baltimore drug dealer and was convicted for second-degree murder. After getting out of prison, she met Michael K. Williams, who played Omar on the show, who brought her around the set. After meeting her, the writers wrote her into the show as a character based on herself. Unfortunately, Snoop later got into some trouble due to drug charges after the show was over. But the funny thing is that the judge denied her bail in the case because he had seen her on The Wire and knew that as an actor, she could change her appearance and disappear. Again, it's really interesting to me how real life and the show continue to intersect like this.
God damn, right? Too much fucking talking around here lately, man. Niggas need to shut the fuck up, for real.
I mentioned before how the character Waylon is played by Steve Earle, a musician and former addict. He sings both the 5th season opening version of Way Down in the Hole and also the season 2 finale song, I Feel Alright. Finally, let's talk about the politicians. In season 3 episode 11, Kurt Schmoke, the former mayor of Baltimore, appears as one of the advisors for Mayor Royce. Schmoke was a proponent of decriminalization as mayor, and the line about being the most dangerous man in America is a reference to him.
Really think that you're onto something here, Clarence, but if you keep it up, before you know it, they'll be calling you the most dangerous man in America.
Next, let's talk about Martin O'Malley. He was elected mayor in 1999 in a surprising victory over incumbent Kurt Schmoke, and serves as one of the inspirations behind Tommy Carcetti. O'Malley would later run for and win the election as governor of Maryland, just like Carcetti as well. The relationship between O'Malley and the show was a strained one. O'Malley did not like the way the show portrayed Baltimore, and threatened to stop the show's production unless they showed the city and his administration in a better light. Simon has also been critical of his policies as mayor, stating that he used mass arrests to juke the crime stats so that he could become governor, just like we see on the show.
It was almost as if he couldn't get the reductions in the murder rate that he had promised as a candidate, and the next 3 or 4 years were, let's just throw everybody in the back of a van.
O'Malley never appeared on the show, but his gubernatorial rival Bob Ehrlich did. When Carcetti is forced to wait hours to see the Republican governor, the security guard who stops him is that former governor. Now, I bring all of this up not just as a fun trivia section. The inclusion of these real-life figures is more than just references and creative casting. According to the pitch Bible that David Simon created to sell the show to HBO, he wanted the show to be filmed in part with handheld cameras to give the show the feeling of being a documentary. Though The Wire is of course fictional, having the real people of Baltimore involved like this pushes it closer to being a documentary than just a television drama. And the relationship goes both ways. The Wire is inspired by the real-life people, but many of these people's lives were also affected by the show. Their lives were changed just by being a part of it, as was the city, which got national attention from the show. The Wire isn't just a commentary or a representation of life. It is life. The Wire is part of the story of Baltimore, just as real as any of these people are.
You can't plan for no shit like this, man. It's life.
If the show had had the Sopranos ratings, I probably could have been a lot more enigmatic and done a lot less interviews and just said, the show is about what you think it's about. But I had to sell like a motherfucker.
Alright, now that we've gone over all the storylines and characters, we can finally cover the people who created The Wire. And I can think of no better person to start with than series creator Ed Burns. Ed Burns is a former Baltimore City homicide detective and... oh, alright. You can see from the title of this section that we're going to be talking about David Simon. However, I put this bit in here because I really think that Ed Burns does not get the credit he deserves for creating the show. David Simon gets pretty much all of the credit for the show, when in reality, not only were he and Burns co-creators, it was Burns' experience that really made the show what it was. Obviously, there would be no show without both of them, but this is my call out that Ed Burns deserves more respect from the community. However, when it comes to telling the story of how The Wire was created, it makes more sense to start with David Simon. Simon was born in Washington, D.C., the son of a former journalist. He would follow his father's career, studying journalism at the University of Maryland and eventually getting a job at the Baltimore Sun. Simon would spend over 10 years as a crime reporter for the Sun. However, just like we see on the show, new owners taking over the paper and budget cuts soured Simon to the industry. Out of frustration, he eventually took a leave of absence to write a novel. Simon got permission to shadow the Baltimore City Homicide Unit, following them for over a year as they investigated over 234 murders. What would come out of this is the novel Homicide, A Year in the Killing Streets. The novel details the working lives of real-life detectives as they investigate a series of cases, some successfully and others not. The book goes out of its way to challenge the myths surrounding American detectives. In classic detective stories, the investigators are almost always paragons of justice, crusading to solve the case out of concern for the victim. However, in Simon's experience, the detectives of Baltimore are so used to the violence that they experience every single day that investigations serve more as an assembly line than a crusade for justice.
It's a little unnerving because, we're all raised on a TV culture that says it's, when somebody murders another, it's just supposed to matter. And, big city life isn't like that.
Some of the real-life detectives featured in the book are also referenced in The Wire. For example, Donald Warden, one of the central investigators of the book, is shouted out a few times on the show.
You see Saturday's 24th?
Sunday morning.
You see the one Warden got in the West Side?
Warden's on the other shift. I'm trying to work my murders.
I mean, who is there out there can do what we can do with a case? How many are there, really? Don Warden, Ed Burns, Gary Childs out in the county.
Eventually, David Simon pitched the novel to famous Baltimore director Barry Levinson. Deciding that it would work better as a television series than a movie, Levinson and Tom Fontana pitched the series to NBC, who picked the show up. They changed the title to Homicide: Life on the Street, as they thought having the word life in the title would be more affirming than the killing streets. Just like the book, the show follows the Baltimore Homicide Squad as they investigate different murders each episode. Though the characters are fictional, some, like Ned Beatty's character Bolander, were based on real detectives like Donald Warden. I mentioned before how the character of John Munch was based on the real Jay Landsman. Tom Fontana was friends with Law & Order creator Dick Wolf, and since both shows were on the same network, there were quite a few crossovers between both shows. Munch would later join the cast of Law & Order SVU, becoming a main character on that show as well. Despite the fact that both Homicide and The Wire are shows about Baltimore City detectives, the two shows are very different in nature. Though subversive in its presentation, Homicide is at its core a police procedural more in line with other cop dramas like Law & Order and NYPD Blue, which Simon would also write for. I don't think much of Homicide would be an inspiration for The Wire, but I did notice that the title sequences of both shows are very similar. David Simon joined the show as a consultant, but declined the opportunity to write the pilot as he had no experience in writing television. The pilot was written instead by Paul Atanasio, and because of that, he's listed as the creator of the show at the beginning of every episode. However, in reality, the show was really the child of producers and writers Tom Fontana and James Yoshimura. David Simon was offered a role as a writer on the show, which happened to be right when the Baltimore Sun was being sold again. Simon accepted a buyout and started his career as a television writer. The first episode of his to appear on the show is the second season episode Bop Gun, which he actually co-wrote with David Mills, a friend of his from journalism school. The episode starred Robin Williams as a tourist whose wife is murdered in Baltimore. The episode explored the themes of detectives being unfazed by murderers because of their experience with it, something the victim's family finds insulting.
Yeah, but you would have done something, wouldn't you?
I'm not saying I would have done.
Oh, you're not saying anything, but you're thinking it, aren't you? I mean, hell, everybody's thinking it. Even my own son thinks it, like there's a whole list of things that you're supposed to do before your wife.
The episode would win a WGA award for writing, and Robbins was nominated for an Emmy for his role. Simon would write a number of episodes over the course of the show's 7 seasons. He would learn how the television industry worked from his time there, including how networks can interfere with a show. For example, NBC switched the order of the episodes for the first season, ending with the episode Night of the Living Dead because it had a happier ending than the real finale. This created several continuity errors. I'm sure that Simon learned from his experience and was much more prepared to fight interference from HBO when it came to The Wire. After Homicide ended, Simon would go on to create a miniseries for HBO called The Corner, which he co-created with Ed Burns. We'll talk about The Corner in Ed Burns' section, but this was how the two started their relationship with HBO. After the two finished work on The Corner, Simon had the idea to write a show based on the experiences of Ed Burns in the police department. I mentioned before how the first season of The Wire is a fictionalized version of his investigation into Melvin Williams. Just like with Homicide, Simon wanted to make a show that broke boundaries and really put the problems of society on the table. However, his experience with NBC made him realize that such a show could not be done on a normal network. Instead, Simon was inspired that a show like the one he wanted to make could be done on HBO. In the series Bible that Simon created to pitch the show, he cites other groundbreaking shows that HBO had started making as inspiration for his own. In particular, he mentions Oz, the prison drama that had been created by his old mentor Tom Fontana, and The Sopranos, which had just started airing and was already being recognized. The series Bible is interesting because it outlines how the first season was originally intended to unfold before they actually wrote it. There were, of course, changes from the final product. For example, McNulty was originally named McCardle, which would later be used as the last name for White Mike in Season 2. Stringer was originally named Stringy Bell, which I can see why they changed, because it sounds ridiculous. Also, Avon was originally called Aaron Barksdale. Or, I don't know, maybe it was supposed to be Aaron.
Because it's pronounced Aaron?
Son of a...
The Bible also has a summary of how each episode was supposed to go. It's not really worth discussing every single difference, as this was written before the show was even greenlit. But one interesting note was that Kino was supposed to have died in the shootout with the Barksdales, which would have been a big character moment for McNulty. Or, I guess, McCardle in this case. They changed this after they realized what a great character they had in Kima, very similar to what happened to Jesse in Breaking Bad.
Wire.
After The Wire, Simon would go on to create a number of different shows and miniseries, some of which we'll cover in a later section. However, before we wrap things up, I wanted to talk about one more thing. You see, Simon has a reputation of being very argumentative. He attributes this to his upbringing and his career as a journalist, something we hear on the show.
You know what a healthy newsroom is? It's a magical place where people argue about everything all the time.
This argumentative nature would be one of the cornerstones behind the show's creation. He and Burns would get into arguments all the time about the story, and the tension and balance between the two was one of the reasons why the show was so good. Each brought something different to the table. In fact, I believe one of the reasons why Season 5 wasn't as well written was because Burns was not nearly as involved with the show because he had started working on their next project, Generation Kill. However, Simon's penchant for getting into arguments extends far beyond the writer's room. I mentioned before how he loves to get into arguments with literal nobodies on Twitter. Well, like many liberal figures, he made a big deal of quitting the platform after Elon Musk took over, calling him a neo-fascist, which is quite a statement to make. Now, I don't have any strong feelings about Elon either way, but I respected Simon's stance not to use the platform out of principle. However, in spite of this conviction, he actually returned to the platform a number of times. Now, he claims he's only doing it to support the Writers Guild strike, which is going on right now as of writing this video, and besides that, refuses to engage with Elon's platform. Interestingly, he's also tweeted a whole bunch since then that has nothing to do with the Writers Guild strike, but whatever. In reality, I think he just misses getting into arguments with people. Now, here's where I come in. When he gave his reasons for coming back, I simply questioned his statements about quitting the platform. If Elon was as evil as he claimed, why would he continue to use the platform despite his big declaration? I didn't spam him or call him any names. But instead of just ignoring another literal nobody like me, he went out of his way to justify his return and call me fucknuts right before blocking me.
Yo, fuck nuts! It's probing time.
I actually can't even see his response after he blocked me. One of my viewers had to send me a screenshot, so the whole paragraph was more for himself than for me. Now, I know this is going to come off like I'm mad at David Simon for blocking me, and that all my negative statements about him are because of that, which is honestly not true. I was actually trying to get him to block me because I thought it would be really funny for the video if I could say that the creator of The Wire doesn't like me. I even just straight up asked him for a block last year when he quit. So, no, I don't hate David Simon. Like many people, I do think he's a little obnoxious on Twitter. Like, you don't see other respected creators like David Chase acting this way. But he's made a whole bunch of shit that I really like, and of course, The Wire would not exist without him. So David, from one fucknuts to another, thank you for making this incredible series. And, go eat a bag of stale dicks or whatever it is you like to do.
So I had an adventure on Twitter with
It was,
and we were very polite with each other. We were very polite.
oh, more than polite. I mean, he was excited to be talking to you. It seemed like. No.
No. I think he was just, I think I stepped on a little point.
Hi, my name is Ed Burns, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about how to make cult TV.
Alright, now that we got the chump out of the way, we can finally get to the real man behind The Wire. Ed Burns is the co-creator of the show, and, in my opinion, the main reason why the show turned out as good as it did. With his deep knowledge about the police department and the school system, he was able to translate his experience into not only The Wire, but also all the other shows he's worked on. So, let's take a look at Ed Burns, the man behind The Wire. Before we get started, though, I want to flag that compared to David Simon, there is very little information out there about Ed Burns. Simon has basically done 1 billion interviews about the show, which made it easy to have a variety of shots of him to use in my video. However, Burns has only ever appeared a few times in pictures and video, so I have very little material to work with. I don't want to just throw up the same images over and over again, so I'll be using scenes with McNulty, Prez, and Colvin to stand in for Ed, since these characters are based on his experiences.
You, McNulty, are a gaping asshole. We both know this. Fuck if everybody in CID doesn't know it.
Like I said, there's very little information out there about Ed Burns' early life. He served in the infantry in Vietnam, before eventually joining the Baltimore Police Department. He served for 20 years, making it all the way to the city homicide unit. His partner while he was there was a man named Harry Edgerton, who would be the inspiration for the character Frank Pembleton on Homicide. I've stated this many times now, but Burns was a maverick in the department, just like McNulty. He created his own wiretap unit in order to take down high-level dealers, including Melvin Williams, and his investigation served as the basis for the first season. His intellectualism and his disregard for police protocol made him stand out from the rest of the detectives around him. From what I can tell, he was well respected as an investigator, but had a tendency to rub people the wrong way. Sound familiar?
The fuck did I do? You can't shut your mouth!
It was during his time in this wiretap unit that Burns met David Simon, who was covering Melvin Williams' arrest. Though they butted heads from their very first meeting, there was a deep respect between the two, who were both outsiders in their respective careers. Burns was not featured prominently in Simon's book, because he was off in his own specialized unit by that point. Though they had several successful cases against big-time offenders, the department declined his request to create a permanent major crimes unit to work wiretaps. By this point, he had grown frustrated with the bureaucracy of the police department. Eventually, Burns retired from the force and took up a position teaching 7th grade in Baltimore's inner-city school system. He compared the experience psychologically to Vietnam. Just like we see on the show, the children he taught had severe psychological damage from their lives, and his role was to be an adult who was consistently there for them. Eventually, Simon came knocking again, this time asking Burns to partner with him on a novel that explored the open-air drug markets of Baltimore. This would become The Corner, a year in the life of an inner-city neighborhood, and Simon and Burns would spend a year shadowing the people who lived in this world. Burns acted similar to Colvin with Parenti, showing Simon the realities of the street, and, if we're being honest, keeping him safe.
This is why I need somebody like you to be paired up with me. I go out there my own.
Man, they say you're tenured ass for parts.
So many words.
The Corner follows the lives of the people of Fayette and Monroe Street, most of whom are involved in drugs. The principal characters of the book are Gary McCullough, his ex-wife Fran Boyd, and their son DeAndre. Gary was at one point a hard-working and very successful businessman who genuinely pulled himself up by his bootstraps into becoming one of the wealthiest people in the neighborhood. However, eventually he and Fran started using, which slowly destroyed their lives. When the book picks up, Gary and Fran are full-on addicts, just working for their next score, and their son DeAndre is caught between the desire to live a normal life and the call of the streets. I cannot stress enough how humanizing the Corner is to the people of Fayette and Monroe. Like, I thought The Wire painted a realistic portrayal of these people, but the Corner digs in so much deeper to these people's lives and philosophies. You really come to sympathize with people like Gary and Fran, who, despite their mistakes, are struggling to create a better life for themselves. When compared to the Homicide book, I'd say The Corner is much closer to what we would see in The Wire. Homicide, though empathetic to the detectives it's trying to portray, is much more detached and focused on procedure. The Corner gets much closer to the characters and their lives, and really paints a picture of what it's like in their shoes. There are many details in the book that would eventually get used in The Wire, far too many to go over here. However, I'll call out that Fran Boyd helped Andre Royo prepare for the role of Bubbles, schooling him on how an addict really acts. I mentioned before how Fran would later marry Donnie Andrews, the inspiration behind Omar. Ed Burns was actually going to make a movie about the two of them, however, it never came to be. The book also follows several figures not involved in the drug game, such as Ella Thompson, who, after her daughter is murdered, deals with the grief by running the community center and being a positive figure in the community. Though she's one of the most inspiring people in the book, she unfortunately passed away from a heart attack the year after it came out. After chronicling her story in the book, Simon and Burns helped create the Ella Thompson Fund, a charity which supports youth programming in Baltimore, something she was passionate about. There was also a character named after Ella on The Wire, when Michael goes to pick up his brother from the MLK Rec Center, the same one the real Ella managed. Eventually, Simon approached HBO, who agreed to produce a 6-episode miniseries based on the book. The miniseries essentially follows the events of the book. The biggest change is the fact that the series is being presented as a documentary being filmed by actor Charles S. Dutton, a Baltimore native who actually did direct all 6 episodes. At the end of the final episode, he actually interviews the real people from the book as well. The series also features several actors who would go on to star in The Wire, such as Clark Peters, Corey Parker Robinson, Reg E. Cathy, Robert F. Chu, Lance Reddick, Delaney Williams, and many more. However, while The Corner ended up being a success, Burns was absolutely screwed over during its production. Simon believed they needed a black writer on the show, and brought on his friend David Mills as co-writer and executive producer. Though there would not be a book without Ed Burns, he was not given a role on the series, and the way that Simon handled it was very underhanded.
You didn't for a minute think that... Oh, Jesus, Bill. It's Baltimore. You ain't one of the natives, are you?
Now, obviously, Ed Burns doesn't need me to fight his battles for him, and he obviously still has a positive relationship with Simon. But if I seem a little defensive about Burns getting the credit he deserves for these series, it's because of situations like this. After The Corner, Simon and Burns went on to work with HBO again for their next series, The Wire. Now, we've already discussed in detail Burns' role in creating the show. Both the first and the 4th seasons are based directly on his experiences, and his attention to detail and focus on realism is what made the show what it is. However, just like his time in the police department, he could be difficult to work with. He was direct and to the point, and often fought against making the show too sensational. But as I said before, the balance between what he and the other writers brought to the table is what made the show work and feel as realistic as it did. And everyone who worked with him came away wanting to work with him again because of this. After The Wire finished, Simon and Burns would go on to work on a number of miniseries together: Generation Kill, The Plot Against America, and We Own This City. We'll talk about each of these in turn in a future section. But as we'll see, the less and less Burns was involved with these projects, the worse they turned out, in my opinion.
You know something, Lester? I do believe there aren't 5 swinging dicks in this entire department can do what we do.
How do you expect me to write this thing with your fucking fingers in my eyes? At least let me turn my copy in before you stomp on it.
Attaboy, Zords.
Alright, so we've covered the 2 creators of the show. However, a series is made up of more than just the showrunners. There is a whole team of writers responsible for all of the episodes of the show, and too often they're forgotten. So, in this section, let's take a look at all the writers who made The Wire what it is.
I was looking for a strip joint and wandered into a Writers Guild meeting by mistake. Pissy little bunch, no wonder they're not allowed on the set.
The Wire was unique in that David and Ed hired novelists and playwrights to write the show instead of traditional writers. This contributed to the unique way the story was told, which has often been compared more to a novel than a television show. The first person we should talk about is George Pelecanos. He's a novelist in the detective genre. Pelecanos was recommended to David Simon by his wife, Laura Lippman. After reading his novel The Sweet Forever, David hired him to work on the show starting on the first season. Pelecanos served as the third most important writer after David and Ed. He often acted as a tiebreaker when the two were at an impasse, and moved from being just a writer to a producer on the show. It became accepted that Pelecanos would always write the penultimate episode of each season, which is usually when something big happened. Pelecanos never appeared on the show as far as I know, but the character Ronaldo is seen reading his novel Drama City. Also, the character of Cuddy is based on an unused character from Drama City who gets out of prison after 20 years. After The Wire, Pelecanos continued to work with David Simon on his future projects. He was a writer on Simon's show Treme, and co-created his other shows, The Deuce and We Own This City. Since we brought her up, we should talk briefly about Simon's wife, Laura Lippman. She was a novelist and former reporter for the Baltimore Sun, which is where she and Simon met. She was never a writer on the show, but she had some cameo appearances. In Season 1, Episode 8, Bunk is seen reading her novel In a Strange City. She also appears as one of the reporters in a newsroom at the beginning of Season 5. Finally, and this isn't really relevant to The Wire, she also wrote the foreword to the Sopranos Session book, which is kind of like my Soprano Log series, but, you know, like actually insightful.
Well, that's a fascinating psychological nugget.
Now, if we're going to talk about people critical to the show's success, we have to talk about Robert F. Colesbury. Though not a writer, he was an executive producer on the show. However, you'll probably recognize him more from his role as Detective Ray Cole on the show. Colesbury was absolutely critical to the show's creative vision, as was his wife, Karen L. Thorson, who was also a producer on the show. Colesbury was the main person the actors and the crew would interact with, and he also directed the Season 2 finale, Port in a Storm. Tragically for the show, however, Colesbury would pass away shortly after this from complications from cardiac surgery. It was a tremendous loss to everyone on the show who loved the man, including of course his wife. They would actually write in a funeral scene for Ray Cole, honoring the memory of the man within the canon of the show itself. In fact, the eulogy that Landsman gives Ray Cole is actually full of references to Colesbury's life. The Mississippi arson case is a reference to the film Mississippi Burning, and the After Hours Club is a reference to the film After Hours, both films Colesbury produced. The 93 Drug Wars bit is also a reference to The Corner, the miniseries that he was also a producer on. All in all, it's an incredibly touching send-off for a man so important to the show's creation.
He is counted. Old King Cole.
Old King Cole. Next, let's talk about David Mills. Now, he only wrote 2 episodes of the show, but as I talked about in the previous sections, he's been around Simon and Burns even before The Wire. Mills and Simon attended journalism school together and wrote for the school's newspaper. Eventually, both would make the leap into television, writing for Homicide starting in the 2nd season. Mills' big break came after he read comments from David Milch, the creator of NYPD Blue, who stated that it was difficult for Black American writers to write successfully for a mass audience. Mills, an African American, wrote to Milch challenging this. The TV producer invited him to lunch and eventually hired him as a writer on the show. After The Wire, Mills also wrote for Treme, but unfortunately passed away from a brain aneurysm 12 days before the show premiered. The season finale is dedicated to his memory. Another friend of David Simon's to work on the show is Rafael Alvarez. He was a reporter for the Baltimore Sun and knew Simon during his time there. Eventually, Alvarez took a buyout and joined the local seafarers union, working on ships and in the ports. After this, Alvarez began a career as a screenwriter. He worked on Homicide before eventually joining the staff of The Wire. His knowledge about the ports and the unions was absolutely critical to the 2nd season.
Like I always say, it pays to go with a union card every time.
Another prominent novelist featured on the show is Richard Price. Simon approached Price because of his novel Clockers, which deals with the relationship between drug dealers, the city government, and the local population. The book, which would be adapted into a film by Spike Lee, is actually one of the inspirations behind The Wire. In addition to writing 5 episodes of the series, Price also had a cameo appearance as the leader of the book club that D'Angelo attends in prison. After The Wire, Price would go on to write for The Deuce, as well as create 2 miniseries of his own, The Outsider and The Night Of. Sopranos devotees might know that The Night Of was going to star James Gandolfini. He filmed the pilot, but passed away and had to be recast. I only bring that up here because it's kind of connected to our next writer. Dennis Lehane is another novelist hired onto the show because David Simon liked his work. He would go on to write 2 episodes of the show, as well as have a cameo appearance in Middle Ground. Also, Jen Carcetti is seen reading one of his novels. After The Wire, Lehane worked as a writer on Boardwalk Empire and Price's own show The Night Of. Speaking of which, remember how The Night Of was going to star James Gandolfini before he died? Well, several of Lehane's novels have been adapted to screen, such as Mystic River and Shutter Island, and, most interestingly, The Drop, which was James Gandolfini's actual last role. Anyone else find it suspicious that 2 of the Wire writers were involved with Gandolfini right before he died?
Conspiracy theories now.
Next up, let's talk about Eric Overmyer. He was a writer on Homicide before eventually joining The Wire. After the show ended, Overmyer co-created Treme with David Simon, based on his experience living in New Orleans. He would also go on to create his own show, Bosch, which starred Lance Reddick and Jamie Hector. Finally rounding out this section is William F. Zorzi. He was a journalist for the Baltimore Sun for almost 20 years, having unparalleled knowledge of politics and the city government. Having worked with David Simon, he was brought onto the show in the 3rd season to bring authenticity to the political storyline of the season. He also had a number of cameos as himself, working as a reporter for the Baltimore Sun. Funny enough, he was known to be a tough and cranky person, which we definitely see on the show.
You know, you want one reporter covering 2 courthouses? Fine. Why don't you just shove the broom up my ass and I'll sweep the floor while I'm at it?
After The Wire, Zorzi would go on to co-create the miniseries Show Me a Hero with David Simon. The show was his passion project, and he worked on the script for 13 years before it was finally picked up. I feel like it's safe to say that he was the main force behind that show's creation, even more than Simon, and we'll take a look at how the series turned out in the next section. Now, there are some more writers on the show that I haven't mentioned, such as Joy Lusco and Kia Corthron, because there just isn't as much information out there about them. But the reason I wanted to call out all of these writers is because they were absolutely responsible for the show's success, as much as the creators. A show isn't created alone, and these writers, along with all the staff, worked hard to make it a reality. And when we look at the backgrounds of all these people, we realize why The Wire is so unique. The people who wrote it came from backgrounds of journalism and great novels, and the writing reflected that. Because of them, The Wire is much more than just a television show. It's a masterpiece of art, and stands up there with all the great novels as having captured the pure essence of the American soul.
Fuck it. I might as well get to work on a great American novel.
You park your unlocked car in Detroit or Baltimore, I mean, your shit's gonna be there guaranteed when you get back from the day spa with your skin all exfoliated and shit, right?
We've now covered the show's plot, the characters featured in it, and the people who created it. We've also examined the novels and shows that preceded The Wire, and from that, we get an understanding of how the show came to be. As we end this video, though, we should take a look at what came after The Wire. After all, the legacy of The Wire is not just the show itself. What the creators did with their success is a reflection of their skills and talents, and tells us something about the show. Is The Wire a work of genius, or a fluke that just got lucky? Well, let's take a look and find out. Now, you might think the most obvious thing to compare The Wire to would be Treme. After all, both are multi-season shows that examine politics, culture, and everyday people against the backdrop of a singular American city. However, I'm not going to be covering Treme right now for two reasons. One is that I just honestly don't have the time to do a deep dive into a whole show like that with all the other research I have going on for this video. But besides just that, Ed Burns also wasn't involved with Treme, and I'm more interested in examining what he and Simon did together, since they were both responsible for The Wire. I'm not saying that I'll never cover Treme, but for now I'm leaving it out of this analysis. Instead, I'll be covering the three shows that Simon and Burns worked on together after The Wire: Generation Kill, The Plot Against America, and We Own This City. I'll also be taking a look at Show Me a Hero, which, while not involving Ed Burns, will give us some context on Simon as a writer without him. Now, before we get started, I should call out that all of these shows are adaptations of existing books, unlike The Wire, which was wholly original. Because of that, Simon and Burns have some limitations on what they can do. However, I still have to judge the shows based on how they work as television programs first and foremost, regardless of the real history behind them. Any adaptation is going to make creative choices on what to include and what to change, which gives me license to judge the shows as creations of Simon and Burns. First up, let's discuss Generation Kill. Based on Evan Wright's nonfiction book of the same name, the series follows the early days of the Iraq invasion from the perspective of the Marine Corps 1st Recon Battalion. Evan Wright was a journalist who got permission to join the battalion on their battles, and through his perspective, we get a look at what life as a Marine was actually like. If you're a fan of The Wire, you will absolutely love Generation Kill. They deal with very similar themes of a misguided bureaucracy, with bosses doing what's best for themselves and the boots on the ground having to suffer because of it. Also like The Wire, they throw you right into the middle of the action and expect you to keep up. The Marines use a lot of terminology the viewer might not be familiar with, just like the characters on The Wire did.
Man, shit, I seen a tiny ass 22 wearing nose drop a nigga plenty of days, man.
Occasionally they explain it to the reporter character, who's a fish out of water in the war, but for the most part, you just have to infer the context of what they mean. You'll also recognize Jason Ranzone from his role as Ziggy on The Wire. He actually plays a very similar character in this show, always making jokes and goofing around. They definitely cast him because of his performance on The Wire, but his character here is actually very competent for once.
I happen to be a death-dealing, blood-crazed warrior who wakes up every day just hoping for the chance to dismember my enemies and defile their civilizations.
Ed Burns was deeply involved in the production of the show. He wasn't as involved in the 5th season of The Wire because he had already started working on Generation Kill, and he wrote or co-wrote 5 of the 7 episodes of the miniseries. You can feel Ed Burns' focus on realism throughout the show, which makes sense given that he was a Marine in Vietnam. He knew the Corps well, and the invasion of Iraq is often compared to Vietnam in the show too. Generation Kill is easily the best of the 4 miniseries I watched for this video, and I can't help but think that it's because Ed Burns was so involved. But now let's check out a show he was not involved in. Show Me a Hero is a miniseries about Nick Wasisco, the mayor of Yonkers, New York in the 80s, based on the nonfiction book of the same name by Lisa Belkin.
Yonkers, what are you, lost?
When a federal judge orders the city to build a small number of low-income housing, the people of Yonkers go crazy as they refuse to allow poor people into their neighborhoods out of fear of crime and lower property values. The city tears itself apart during the fight, racking up millions of dollars in fines and effectively losing control of their local government. Eventually, after much ado, the housing gets built, and the new low-income residents integrate with the rest of Yonkers. Like I said last time, this show was primarily the work of William F. Zorzi, a former Baltimore Sun reporter and writer for The Wire. He worked on the script for over a decade before the show was finally greenlit. His background at the Sun had been in political reporting, so he knew this world extensively. Show Me a Hero has a few storylines it's following. The first one about Mayor Wasisco is fantastic. He's an incredibly sympathetic and tragically flawed character. Though a good man at his heart, his desperate need to be loved manifests itself in a need for political power. He ends up destroying all of his relationships in a series of failed bids to be involved in the government. I had to binge the series to find out what happened to him, and if the show was about him entirely, I'd say the show would be on par with Generation Kill. However, the series is mired by the storyline about the poor people. Now, I call them that because that's literally all they are. In between the political storyline in Yonkers, the show has these stories of poor people living in the projects, struggling with their daily lives. It's supposed to make you feel bad for these people and realize that low-income housing is needed. However, these characters aren't like the characters on The Wire. They have no real character traits aside from being poor and sad. And in fact, they're almost offensively stereotypical in their caricatures. The hard-working Latina, the teenage mother, the church-going black lady. They're basically just a morality play to make the audience feel guilty. I swear to God, there is an actual scene where one of the characters outright blames her drug addiction on the fact that they don't have access to low-income housing, while the music swells and you're supposed to have tears in your eyes for the plight of the poor, suffering people. It is the cringiest propaganda tier writing I have ever heard, and it screams David Simon to me. If Ed Burns was involved with this project, he would never have allowed this, because this is not how people talk. But Simon has historically been frustrated with the fact that people don't get his political messages, so he hammers the point home more and more in his work after The Wire. We'll see that trend continue from here on out. Simon and Burns eventually joined up again for a new miniseries. The Plot Against America is an adaptation of the fiction novel of the same name by Philip Roth. It's an alternate history where Charles Lindbergh, the aviation hero, becomes president and keeps the US out of World War II. With his anti-Semitic views, America goes down a path of prejudice against Jewish Americans. Now, Ed Burns was involved with this project, which is why it never veers into awfulness like Show Me a Hero does. However, David Simon had much more influence over this project than Generation Kill. Which makes sense, as Simon is Jewish, and based a lot of the series on his own family, like Burns did with his experience in Vietnam. However, you can feel Simon's politics in this series more strongly than is probably warranted. He has been very public about the fact that he adapted this book because of Donald Trump becoming president, intentionally trying to draw parallels between Lindbergh and Trump. He also changes the ending to show Republicans stealing the election through voter fraud and disenfranchisement, which is not something that was present in the book. Now, The Wire was a deeply political story, with references to real people as well. However, it just comes off a little too on the nose in this series. Again, it's not a bad show. I really like the family conflict, as the changing politics create a rift between all these characters who have different values. However, Simon's growing influence has seemed to make the writing weaker and weaker in each of these series, and unfortunately, it continues to hold true for our next show. We Own This City is an adaptation of the nonfiction book of the same name by journalist Justin Fenton. It tells the story of the Baltimore Gun Trace Task Force, a police unit which became corrupt and started actively robbing their targets. The series was co-created by David Simon and George Pelecanos, with Ed Burns listed as an executive producer and writer. Of all the shows I've covered in this section, this is the most likely to be compared to The Wire. David Simon himself calls the show an evolution of The Wire, and the series stars several Wire actors playing roles opposite what they played in that show. However, the obvious similarities to The Wire only make the show worse in comparison. I understand that as a miniseries, the show has only a few hours to tell its story, and not as much time to develop its characters. And the series goes out of its way to be accurate to the real events of the story, so that means including all of the real people who were involved. That's more time they have to divide between all of these characters, which again eats into their development. But it still means that a majority of the characters are one-dimensional and forgettable. I can't even tell you any of the characters' names besides Jenkins, who's pretty much the only one to get any actual character work. Compare that to Generation Kill, which while having an ensemble cast and a limited time, still managed to develop most of the characters. I can easily tell you about Iceman, Trombley, Godfather, Encino Man, and many of the other Marines who actually had their personalities and backgrounds shown on screen. We Own the City also has the same problems as Show Me a Hero. The characters don't talk to each other like human beings. They give political lectures on the failures of the police system and the drug war. Now, The Wire had the same messages as this show, but there it was done through action instead of soliloquies. You could understand the message by the way it affected all of the characters' lives. But David Simon really wants you to understand his political beliefs, so he has his cardboard characters just say them out loud. Now, the obvious question is how this happened if Ed Burns was involved. Well, even though he's listed as an executive producer, his actual role on the show seems extremely limited. He's only listed as having written 2 episodes, and both of those times they were co-written with another writer. Compare that to Generation Kill and The Plot Against America, where he co-wrote 2 episodes and wrote 2 episodes by himself each. Also, he's not included in the credits with the other executive producers David Simon and George Pelecanos, and he doesn't appear in any of the behind-the-scenes material for the show. I don't know if he didn't want to be as involved this time around, or if David and George just didn't include him. But after spending over a year analyzing his work, I can feel his lack of presence on this show. Now, I know it sounds like I'm in love with Ed Burns, and I wrote this whole section to prove that Simon is a hack without him. But, yeah, that's pretty much the case. I don't think The Wire was a fluke by any means. It was absolutely a work of genius. But it was the genius of both David Simon and Ed Burns. After going through this project, I'm more convinced of that than ever before. But, like The Wire, all good things eventually come to an end. So, it's time to wrap up this series, and time to go home. I hope this bit was worth it. I was driving around for a while trying to find a spot where I could record this. I also hope you can hear me. There's traffic and wind going on right now. Again, this bit might not have been worth it, but, well, we're done with the video. What can I say? When I started this project, I wanted it to be the end-all be-all of Wire analysis. I wanted there to be nothing left to say once I was done with this, that I would have covered every single topic of The Wire. And it's become very clear to me now that we've finally reached the end here, that I failed that part of the video. You know, there are a million things I could talk about for The Wire. Even if I spent 10 hours analyzing it, I still couldn't cover everything. There were a bunch of characters that I didn't get to, a bunch of themes, a bunch of real-life details that I didn't get to include in the video. I actually had a whole list of things that happened in Homicide or The Corner that would later get reused in The Wire that I just didn't have time to add to the video. I felt it was kind of dragging on, and you know, once we reached the 4.5 hour mark, it was time to end things. But I'm still very happy with how it turned out. I didn't cover everything about this show, but I covered everything that I had to say. I gave my honest thoughts about this show, and hopefully in this video you've come to understand what was so great about it that made me fall in love with this show. You know, I was introduced to this show from my viewers, from all of you. You all told me to watch this show, and I did, and it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life. It's very rare that a show really grabs me like The Wire did. And even though I've spent literally an entire year getting ready for this video and rewatching the show, I'm definitely gonna rewatch it again, just because it's that entertaining and it's that rich in terms of storytelling. I wanted to take this little bit here at the end, not only to just wrap up the video and say thank you all for watching, but also to thank all the people who made this video possible. One is, of course, the people who made The Wire. Ed Burns obviously did amazing work, and even though I took a lot of shots at David Simon, both here and on Twitter, I just wanted to thank him as well. Obviously there would be no show without him, and I deeply, deeply respect his work. So I don't know if you'll ever watch this, David, but I hope we can put the beef between us to end at some point. Thank you to all the actors who made the show possible. You've all been showered with praise for your performance, but just let me add to that and say that all the people, even the actors who weren't classically trained, people like Snoop, really added a level of authenticity to the show. And all the background actors, all the people of Baltimore who opened up your city to the world for this program, really thank you so much. I hope The Wire has meant as much to all of you as it has to me. Also, I want to shout out all the people who upload clips of The Wire to YouTube. It was very helpful for me to, if I needed a scene and I didn't know what episode it happened in, for me to just look it up on YouTube and then be able to find the episode from the description. So thank you all the Wire clip uploaders. You are amazing. Thank you also to the Wire subreddit. A lot of great information there, not only in terms of if I was ever confused about a certain element from the show, it was also very useful to understand how the community reacted to certain things. If there was something, for example, that I didn't like about the show, it was very helpful to know that, oh, other people didn't like this, or other people disagree with me. It's a great source of information, and it's very touching to know that there's a huge community of people who love this show like this. I hope you all enjoy this video. I hope I've added to the canon of The Wire, and this analysis only serves to increase the love for the show within the community. And then I guess finally all that's left to thank is the patrons who made this video possible. I know I haven't been shouting out your names at the end of each of the individual videos. Those are all going to get unlisted, so I just didn't feel like there was a point to putting the credits on those videos. But I do want to take a moment to thank all the patrons right now. And I'm also going to thank all the patrons regardless of your tier you're in. Usually I only thank the capos, but everyone who contributed to helping out me during this whole half a year I spent making this video, here's your credit where it's due. So thank you to Papa Diablo, Elliot Daniels, Meister Anchor, Spastic Hawk, Eduardo Mendez, JJW Mazoon, Dara Gallagher, Matthew Casolo, Roland Pitts, Schrodinger's Dog, Clean, Big O, Ryan Ellis, Daz J. Kit, Michael Petrusco, Emmanuel Ward, Benny Fazio, Per Strom, Casey Hart, Not So Joe Rogan, Celery Man, Sam Cedarland, Kel, Brian Cash, Alex Chinkester, Josh Rhea, Lucas Angert, The Dude, Marcel, Forrest Wright, Zach, Uncle Mike, Matt Joyce, Lois Arias, and Aw-Geez. Thank you all the supporters. Thank you even if you're not a patron supporter, if you just subscribe to this channel, or if you just watch this video for the first time. It really means a lot to me. You know, this is my first time doing a project as in-depth as this, and I hope that I was able to be in depth with the research, but also still entertaining. You know, I didn't want to make the video too long to the point where it's boring, but at the same time, I feel like long form analysis like this is the best way to tackle a complex show like The Wire. I know there were a lot of people who wanted me to do The Wire episode by episode, but I really feel that this was the best way to tackle what the show is all about, not just the individual pieces. I know I've repeated it many times, but all the pieces matter. I'm not saying that I'll never do more videos about The Wire. Like I said, there's still a whole bunch of material that I could cover, a whole bunch of characters I could talk about. But closing the chapter on this project, I really feel like I've said a lot that I wanted to get through from The Wire. So really, there's no point in dragging this out any longer. Thank you all for watching, and there will be more content coming soon. So, talk to you then. By the way, I wanted the little Wire outro music to play right here to end the video, but unfortunately it's copyrighted, so just imagine the music in your head. Thanks.